Κυρίες και κύριοι, σας καλωσορίζουμε στη δεύτερη μέρα του σεμιναρίου. Να υπενθυμίσουμε ότι το σεμινάριο θα διαρκέσει σήμερα έως τις 9 το βράδυ. Αύριο είναι η τρίτη και τελευταία ημέρα. Οι ώρες του σεμιναρίου για αύριο είναι 5 με 9 το βράδυ. Ευχαριστούμε.
Talk, that'd be fine as well, and we will engage as much as possible in a way of interaction, which is probably the best to learn. Don't hesitate. With 42 a bit, but it is always worthwhile to pass through details of it. So I found a World Sailing website quite interesting in many ways for you guys as well. I know you coaches, but there is nothing secret because through the website of judges part on the World Sailing, there is quite a lot of documents we can learn from, and you can sort of help yourself out through. And I will open now and share with you those, but I want to guide you through some of it. So let's go to, so. As you remember yesterday, we finished today with the quiz that is also posted over there. And if you go to World Sailing site, then you can look for technical. And when you go technical, then we go to, there is a separate section. You go to race officials. And if you go down, you have many race officials categories to look through. But can you see here, Rule 42 has even its own page. If we go back, we can also see there is something interesting for us Q&A service. We were talking about it for rapid response calls, which are for match racing community, and some other very, very useful documents. Even under particular this type of judge, like jury or a judge or measure or any of the race officials specialities, you can find some other documents, for example, addendum that we will be talking today as well, or notice of race, sailing instruction, something that might interest you in your, but let's go back to what we want for Rule 42. Under Rule 42, there is a nice page that offers even something very interesting by the class, which are the common breaches on each class. For example, 470, 420, Elliot, Optimist, Darwin. So let's click on Optimist, and we can find here Even we can find it in different languages, even in Greek language, Rule 42 optimist Greek. We'll definitely not go through this document because that will leave it for you. But we'll open the international one. So what is that? Those are most common breaches in optimists. So where the optimists would mostly breach Rule 42, like sculling, rocking, etc. So that's one part of the page that offers details on particularities of each class. Then what we have more is here, interpretations. And they're also in some other languages as well. And also you can find the quiz that we done yesterday here as well. There are some documents for judges that you might not need to visit, but these are some of the very useful documents you can look for. Structure of Rule 42 is quite simple, isn't it? It just has three chapters. It is a basic rule, it is prohibited actions and exceptions. Very simple. But we built quite a lot of documents around it over the time because it seemed to be a difficult rule for many reasons. One of them was historically that that was so hard to win protests on that rule. Classic protests. So we introduced something that we will deal in the second part of this session on the water policing of Rule 42. And it then generated, for the last 20 years, it generated quite useful and well-structured guide to what is permitted, what is not permitted. The idea was to preserve sport from the illegal propulsion. Just we can't use engine vessel or paddle or rowing or any propulsion that is illegal. We need, as the basic rule says, we need to use the water and wind to propel our boats, not any other means. So if I open the interpretations of Rule 42, propulsion, we will find the rules themselves and the interpretations. So the allegedly simple rule actually built up in a quite 2 pages document and with interpretations that are obviously necessary and useful. If you have any questions on those, if you have any queries that you have from your own experience, it would be very nice to share. Let me just make it bigger. So there are at the beginning, of course, there are some terms used in those interpretations that are not actually falling into the rule book itself, but they are helpful. And for example, we have here a term used as stated below is shown in italic type. Other terms that are specific to Rule 42 are defined in the rule. So there are 2 lines. One is in this document and another one is in the rule. So background rolling is the minimum degree of rolling caused by the wave. So that's something that is naturally happening when the boat's going through the water, and by effect of hydrodynamic effects on, of course, aerodynamic effects as well, that combine those two. Body pumping is the movement of a sail caused by in and out or up and down body movement. So a flick of the effect is the effect caused, that's on the sail, of course, by body movement or pulling in or releasing a sail that is so abrupt that the normal shape of the sail is just changed and almost immediately returned to the original shape. Needless to say, this kind of happening cannot be sometimes may not be inflicted by body movement, but it is because of the nature of our sport, because of the water or wind or gust. So the judges are careful on that, whether they need to make a connection between that flick and the cause of it. So that's the main thing in training process for judges. A pump is a single pull on a sail that is unrelated to wind or waves. Pull. So Of course, a sailor is allowed to pull sail in and out, but for other reasons, not for pumping the sail to produce extra acceleration or propulsion from it. Repeated means more than once in the same area on a leg. So the repeated is quite important word, because mostly of all those prohibited actions are connected to the words repeated. So single pump, single roll may not be a problematic if they do not break the basic rule, which would be then clearly propelling the boat. But generally, it is repeated that is triggering a judge's minds as well, and observation. A roll is single cycle outward ship movement of the boat during which the mast goes to leeward and back to windward, or vice versa. So it's that sort of movement when you actually roll the boat through the water. Talking is repeated fore and after rotating movement of the body, which would be sort of moving body forward and then initiating that propulsion move. Yellow light area is a phrase used when it is not clear that an action is prohibited. It is unlikely that a boat in the yellow area would be penalized, but it is possible still. The repeated action, of course, raises the likelihood of a penalty. And why this is introduced over time, because judges are following the boats and they are looking of actions of each of them. So if they are not certain, so that's the golden principle. If they are not certain, they will not grab the flag and whistle and penalize. The golden rule for judges, of course, is they're not penalizing unless they are able to explain what happened on the water. So no judge would rush into the penalty. That yellow area helps judges to monitor a while what is actually happening and whether that particular move or action would qualify for any of those prohibited actions that would need a sanction. So I think that's a very safe principle, and many of those yellow light areas are discussed among judges, coaches, and sailors. Because after something happened on the water, many times we come and talk to each other to see whether this falls into potentially problem for sailor. So we do not really want to rush into something unless we are dead certain, which is completely different. So basic rule is actually simple. It just says what I keep repeating. It's just we want to fair sailing with using only wind and water to increase, maintain, or decrease the speed. So no other help we would be allowed. And crew may adjust the trim of sail and hull and perform other acts of trimaging. So this pooling of sheets and stuff could be related to trimming, of course, but shall not otherwise move their bodies to propel the boat. So basic 1 and basic 2, 3, and 4, they are then telling us what is interpretation for those principles in it. So the interpretations are twice as big as the rule itself. An action that is not listed in Rule 42.2, which is a prohibited action, correct? Later on, we'll talk about it. May be prohibited under Rule 42.1. Sort of single pump may not be illegal by the prohibited action, but it would be illegal if that single pump propels clearly the boat. I think we talked about it yesterday after we finished the roll tuck, that last pump, body pump, may be under this rule, single pump enough for penalty because of the propelling boat, clearly. And that may be acted by the judges. Basic 2, a kinetic technique not listed in Rule 42 that propels the boat and is not one of the permitted actions covered in Rule 42.1 is prohibited. So under those two, prohibited or permitted, there might be some new things happening, and many times of course, the sport is developing and the classes are changing. and they have sailors come up with different techniques that might drop into some of these categories, and if it does not drop, then we apply the 42.1 because it is a case when if it clearly propels the boat, then it is so, and then we are. Except when permitting under Rule 42.3, any single action of the body that clearly propels the boat in any direction is prohibited. I'm keeping telling this, propelling, clearly propelling. So this is summarizing this basic 4 in a way. So this is basic rule interpretations that would help us navigate through it. Then we have these prohibited actions that they are divided in many parts. So first one, without limiting the applications of 42.1, these actions are prohibited. So 42.1 always applies, and then we have prohibited actions listed specifically to navigate through and be more clear what we think about. Basic 5, for example, says this interpretation says, an action listed in Rule 42 is always prohibited, even if it fails to propel the boat. All right? So that's what it is contained in this paragraph here. An action that would not be using wind, for example, you can't put an outboard outside and just go with the engine. 42.2 prohibit actions like pumping. This is what we are focused a lot. Pumping, rocking, ouching, sculling, A, B, C, D. Repeated fanning of any sail, see again, fanning of any sail, either by pulling in and releasing the sail or by vertical or athwart sheet body movement is prohibited. So if it is only a single one, it can go here. But it should be obvious for the judges. Usually drops in the yellow light. Repeated fanning of any sail, either by pulling in and releasing the sail or by vertical athwart sheet body movement is prohibited. So, of course, trimming may end up in pumping, too much trimming. So trimming is allowed always. Then we have pumping. So these were just, all right, the first one, pumping. Pump 1, fanning is moving a sail in and out, not in response to wind shifts, gusts, or waves. So that's where the judges are looking at. So whatever movement is done on the boat, if it is related with those 3 things, then we think over again and say, well, is it or not connected? So like flick and this too. So pulling in and releasing a sail in response to shifts, gusts, or waves, it is permitted even if repeated, of course, because if a sailor is not allowed to use the sail in a way to adjust and have the right angle and position and balance, then what is the sailing for? But it must be this, except when permitted under Rule 42.3c, one pump may be prohibited under Rule 41. We're coming back what I said before. A flick of a sail resulting from the sudden stopping of a knees sheet is permitted. So that flick, because of the easing the sheet, that's not a big problem. One flick of a sail due to body pumping or a pump not permitted by Rule 42.3c is in the yellow light area. Body movement that does not result in a flick of a sail does not break Rule 42.2a, but may break other parts of 42, okay? So yeah, as I said before, flick is just one of the indicators, but it is not the only one, because the flick may be connected with some other reasons that are on the race course, like waves, like gusts, like just releasing all of a sudden a sheet, or that has nothing to do with the pump. Then we go to rocking. Rocking, repeated rolling of the boat induced by body movement, repeated adjustment of the sail or centerboard, or steering. So that's the rule. So what the interpretations are saying, a roll of the boat caused by a gust or a lull followed by a corrective body movement to restore proper trim is permitted by Rule 42.1. So this is what happens when we can see sailors sailing all of a sudden jumping on the other side to compensate this sudden roll, which would not be yellow flag because if it is caused by these reasons. One roll that does not clearly propel the boat is permitted. So it explicitly says this interpretation. What about two rolls? They may be, right? Background rolling is permitted. So the background rolling is that we explained here at the beginning. It is one that is natural. It's just boat as is. Even if the boat is alone without any sailor, it will be have that. Even if it is at anchor, it will have that background rolling because it will be influenced by the water and the winds. So that's permitted. It's not background rolling is permitting. Boat's crew is not required to stop this type of rolling. So if you are in the boat and boat is rolling all the time, it's not a sailor obliged to make that rolling stop. But I think it is not allowed to induce it. Adopting any static crew position or any static setting of the sails or centerboard, even when stability is reduced, is permitted by Rule 42.1 and is not prohibited. So we always, we can many times see boats are heeling a lot to windward, sometimes even capsizing, and they try to sort of set this position, and even it's on the edge that they can risk a stability of the boat, and it happens. A single body movement that is immediately followed by repeated rolling of the boat is prohibited. So this is what I would say it is inducing the rolling. So that single one that would induce the rolling of the boat would be then prohibited. Next one is uching. Uching is sudden forward body movement stopped abruptly, so that's the rule. But the interpretations, we have, I think, only two, not many. Talking to change the fore and aft trim of the boat in phase with the waves is permitted, provided it does not result in pumping the sails. All right, I think that's self-explanatory. Talking on a flat water is prohibited because there is no reason why would you do it, unless it is clearly just for the making progress through the water by illegal propulsion, helping the boat by illegal propulsion. But otherwise, the uching has its purpose on the waves because it changes the position of the body that would then stabilize and optimize the boat going through the waves, because it will be in correspondence to the water line and so on, and hydrodynamics of the boat. So we're tolerating that there. 42.2b, prohibited action. So we are still at the prohibited. So this is the last one, D. No, it's a more of them, even E. Repeated tucks. We talked about it before. So, I'm sorry. So sculling, repeated movement of the helm that is either forceful or that propels the boat forward or prevents her from moving astern. So then we can need to jump to scull interpretations here, because sometimes something is allowed in sculling. We will talk about it later in 42.3. So scull 1, provided the boat's course is above close hold and she clearly changes direction towards a close hold course, repeated forceful movements of the helm are permitted until the boat is on the close hold course, and this action is permitted even if the boat gains speed. She may scull to turn the close hold course on either tack. So this is interesting because the scull 2 would say, after a boat has sculled in one direction, further connected sculling to offset the first sculling action is prohibited, and sculling to offset steering of the boat caused by backing a sail is prohibited. So let's concentrate on this one first, because sometimes, especially with the optics, I'm not sure if they really know. But probably you know that already and you told them, but let's repeat it. So it is this way. You can clearly see, I hope. So that's the wind, and that's the boat on the starboard tack. So that's a close hold. So what the interpretation is saying, sculling from here, if you are eye to win, above close hold, to this close hold, back to it, it's allowed, that's fine. But if you are above close hold in this position, choice is to go either here or there, so you can scull all the way through to here. What the second interpretation says is, well, while you done this, you made up your mind, and from this position you're going to this one, then in the process you are not allowed to change and offset your sculling. So you need to go up to the close hold on the next. Once you made up your mind which way you go, so you're going to go. If you are above close hold here in the eye of wind, probably. So you can scull down here, or you can scull back up to the other one, but not changing your mind and sculling within the zone, back and forth, going from this to this, this to this. So it needs to be completed. So that sculling is allowed if it results in finally being on the close hold course. That's how I interpret this. I hope I done it right. After a boat has sculled in one direction, further connected sculling to offset the first sculling action is prohibited. So once you made up your mind going one way, you are not allowed to go back. Well, you can do it, but that's a risk because you will collect a penalty for that from judges. So what often happens is that after that sculling is complete on one side, let's say the sailor is here, heads to wind, and needs to go one or the other way. So because otherwise the sail it's not filled, it does not have any progress because it's stalled in the water. So he sculls to that one, but what they usually do, they go even below and then still continue sculling. And that bit of sculling is prohibited, and people collect penalties on that bit mostly. Of course, sculling to the close hold is a different story. That's not. Let's repeat it. Provided the boat's course is above close hold, I repeat again, above. This is close hold, above close hold. And she clearly changes direction towards a close hold course. Repeat it, changes direction to the close hold. She can change direction this way or that way. We agree? Or that way. Close hold on starboard or close hold on port. Once she does that, she needs to go all the way through here. So let's say if and once she's got on a close hold course, she's allowed to sail off after that. So she can sail, and by sailing, she can go back again. Once she's on close, she then laps, again that's sailing, laps back again and gets in the iron. Now she's allowed to go either way again by sculling. Okay. Crabbing, this is the scull tree. What we call it, crabbing. So sculling to offset steering of the boat caused by the backing of a sail is prohibited. So if the sailor is on the starting line, usually so he just pushes the sail towards the wind, and then he sculls, right, to offset that push, because that push would tell him would steer him somewhere else. What he wants, if it is this way, for example, he wants to just actually shift into the windward or do something with the stabilizing your position on the line, and that would be prohibited immediately. That would trigger a judge's yellow flag for sure. Right. So these are the sculling things. We are still at prohibited actions. We are at D. We only jumped to interpretations to the exceptions for the sculling. Prohibited actions. E, repeated tucks or jibes unrelated to changes in the wind or tactical considerations. That often happens in the not much wind, of course, and it propels the boat up and up and up and up, and it's of course prohibited. So what the interpretations say, they have some exceptions here. Heeling to windward to facilitate bearing away and heeling to leeward to facilitate heading up are permitted. The heeling of the boat has to be consistent with the boat's turn. So of course you cannot just sit in the boat and then heel it to windward and then back, heeling to windward, and you just maintain your course. You need to turn it, otherwise it will not be to this Rock 6 philosophy. It would be just rocking the boat, right? That's why it is there. And then we have repeated the rolling not linked to wave pattern is rocking prohibited by rule 42.2b, even if the boat changes course with each roll. This, I would think, is applicable a lot to lasers, so we can talk about it later. Heeling to the, so of course, heeling to windward, of heeling of the boat to facilitate steering through the water should be allowed, because that's a part of technique, that's a part of sailing. To use the water, you use the water, exposing your water line lengths differently to steer the boat. That's perfectly legal. So that could not be penalized. But if it is just heeling and then no effect, you just go forward, heeling, then that's a rocking. That's then potentially propelling the boat. Repeated rolling not linked to wave patterns in rocking prohibited by rule 42, even if the boat changes course with each roll, is interesting thing, because when we change the course, that's what we actually, if we justify the change of this by turning the course, and if it is not related to the waves, there is a danger that this would be penalty, of course. And sometimes lasers downwind get those penalties if it is not related, because they are doing quite well during the each time they are releasing, and then they are recovering the sheet and altering course, and then releasing again and going down, and so down the wave. So they are playing through the waves, which is perfectly in order, unless it is not related to those waves, then it is prohibited. Exceptions: a boat's crew may move their bodies to exaggerate the rolling that facilitates steering the boat through a tack or a jibe, provided that just after the tack or jibe is completed, the boat's speed is not greater than it would have been in the absence of a tack or jibe. Well, it's a hard thing to judge, but it is some interpretations do help. Especially in the light wind, it is easier to judge it, but in the sort of no wind especially, it's very easy to judge it, but in light wind may be easier than with the more wind. But rolling tack and jibe is done in the light wind, that we do not lose that what we have before that tack. So body movement that exaggerate rolling and cause a boat to sail out of a tack or a jibe at the same speed as she had just before the maneuver are permitted. So what is this interpretation saying? Is that you can preserve the kinetics and the energy that you had before during that tack. So you during that roll and roll tack or jibe, you are allowed to use that energy, to put an extra energy in it, to maintain the speed and the energy that you have had before, but not more than that, because more than that would be demonstrated in extra speed that would be seen after that tack or jibe is completed. Right. So the Rock 9, it is permitted to move the mast to windward or vertical at the completion of a tack or a jibe. No problem there. After a tack, when a boat is on her new close hold course, body movement clearly propelling the boat is prohibited under rule 42.1. We said that before at the beginning, I think. It is when that single body movement that jumps vigorously on one side after tack is complete would then break the basic rule and will be propelling the boat forward. This happens a lot as a single action at the start, as you most of you know, of course, I hope. Okay, basic 6, after attack when a boat is on her new close hold course, body movement, okay, so I did that. When the speed of a boat clearly drops after she accelerates out of attack or a jibe, and there is no obvious change of wind speed or direction, so it's a lot of things judges need to address, right? The exception in this rule does not apply and the boat breaks 42.1. So that may happen sometimes. That's sort of an indicator that something went wrong with it. Another exception, which is C, except on a beat to windward, the rule. When surfing rapidly accelerating down the front of a wave or planning is possible, the boat's crew may pull in any sail in order to initiate surfing or planning, but each sail may be pulled in only once for each wave or gust of wind. So many times we can see on a race course that people believe that maintaining by pumping when the wave is there or gust is also legal. Actually, it is not. The key word is initiate. After initiating that surf, nothing is allowed to maintain that surf. That surf needs to die to be allowed to use this 42.3c back again. So how forceful this single pump rock, whatever, could be to initiate. There is no prohibition in the rule. It just says it needs to be once with everything together once. It cannot be one now, later another one, I mean, of the items, sail or body or whatever. So it's all of these things that says here that I will crew may be pull any sail. So it could be 3 sails, right? Or more, I don't know. So everything could be pulled and your body could be moved with all together and will be successfully initiating a surf. And until that surf dies, stop. No more moves allowed. Okay, let's see what actually interpretations are saying, whether I was right. A pull of any sail made to attempt to surf a plane or plane when surfing or planning conditions are marginal is permitted even if the attempt is not successful. Oh, that's interesting. So if you try in the marginal conditions, you're not sure whether surfing conditions exist, whether that way would actually push me. Is it energetic enough to give me that propulsion? A sailor is allowed to do that test, so we can do it. But not too often, because too many unsuccessful attempts may not be to a judge's liking, because that would qualify perhaps into the repeated pumping, pulling, sail, rocking, or whatever falls into those prohibited ones. Okay, let's repeat it. A pull of any sail made to attempt to surf or plane when surfing or planning conditions are marginal is permitted even if the attempt is not successful. So that's sort of, that would trigger yellow light. So the judges will look at those guys and say, they tried, it didn't work. Are the surfing conditions around? Maybe marginal, or maybe not. Maybe judges say not, but we will give a benefit of a doubt to a sailor. Say, well, if the sailor in that position where he is believes that there are conditions to surf, we should give him a benefit of a doubt, even surfing are not, surfing conditions are not. So we will monitor, and that would fall in yellow light. And second thing is, if a boat repeats an unsuccessful attempt to plane or surf, she is in the yellow light. Oh, I got it right, this one. A third consecutive unsuccessful attempt is prohibited. So this is something that we established as enough is enough. So third one, be careful. Each sail may be pulled at a different time, but only as permitted in 42.3c. So now we're coming back up and say, well, if you are planning, you are surfing on because you pumped once a sail, you cannot now pump a spinnaker because you're already surfing. So that surf initiated, that's a key word, by that pool of a sail need to die first, that you are allowed to use this pump 9. Each sail may be pulled at a different time. That's fine. But they all could be also pulled at the same time, if that helps a better catch of that surf or gust. All right? But they can't be, so each of these actions should die first to be allowed the next one by one or more sails. All right. Pump 10. It is only necessary for serving or planning conditions to exist at the position of a boat for her to be permitted to pull in the sail. So what could be a mistake if a judges rush from one course, one side mile away from the course to another one and just penalize because someone was moving? That would not be a good indicator, because conditions on that part of the course for some reason might be different, and that would be embarrassing for those guys that rush into penalizing that for that thing. What it comes to a situation where there is completely flat water, and then the speedboat passes and creates a wave, and you are allowed to do it. So you pull all your sails and you surf. That's completely legal. So from distance, it's very difficult to establish whether that was or not the case. So you won't be penalized for that. Anyway, let's see what it says. It is only a certain line condition to exist at the position of a boat. So it could be also wind different, could be wave different, gusts, of course, because sometimes the winds are such that on one end of the course, our sailors, we know what's going on. So on one end of the, that's how we win races, because on one side of the course, it's a more wind or current or whatever. And then it's all permitted, of course, within those rules. Surfing or planning may be possible for some boats, but not for others. This can be caused, for example, by local gusts or by waves. From a motorboat, also lighter crews may be able to surf or plane when heavier crews cannot. So this is also taken into consideration. So we do not run into. The exception in Rule 42.3c does not apply to a boat that is already surfing or planning. Yeah, of course, that's what I'm telling you all the time. Thank you. That's it. Next, 42.3 exception is D. We talked about this sculling before, when a boat is above close hold course, and we discussed it already. Right, so we have some more exceptions, and these are if a button is inverted, so that happens in some classes, and there is not enough wind to keep it in shape, so we are allowed to pull it. Doesn't say how many times, actually, until no longer is inverted. But when doing so, you pulling, and then actually propelling the boat, that would be prohibited. All right. Okay, boat may reduce speed by repeatedly moving her helm. That's also fine. Any means of propulsion may be used to help the person or another vessel in danger. Oh, that's in line with our fair sailing and basic principles. So we should not be reluctant to use even prohibited actions by these rules to help. This is our duty. To get clear after grounding or colliding with the vessel or object, a boat may use force applied by the crew or the crew of the vessel and any equipment other than propulsion engine. However, the use of this engine should be permitted by Rule 42.3i, which is the next one. Sort of sailing instructions are dealing with that thing, and it happens with the offshore racing and circumstances that would then be prescribed in the sailing instructions, how they will be permitting this propulsion engine usage. Okay, I think, Kostas, that we are at the break now, right?
Yes, we have to go for a break, Neven.
Yeah, okay, so in 10 minutes we restart. And, well, I will review maybe some questions are in. If not, yeah, there are some questions.
There is a question.
Okay. So we'll
after
start
the break.
Yeah, after the break we deal immediately. Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, θα περάσουμε στο πρώτο μας διάλειμμα, το οποίο θα είναι 10 λεπτό, και θα σας δείξουμε κάποια πλάνα από το Πανευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα ΦΙΝ. Do Violins έχουν εθελοντική συνεργασία με την Ελληνική Ιστιοπλοϊκή Ομοσπονδία και συμμετείχαν στην τελετή έναρξη και την τελετή λήξης του Ευρωπαϊκού Πρωταθλήματος ΦΙΝ. Στο βίντεο αυτό βλέπουμε λοιπόν πώς οι καλλιτέχνες συνδέουν τη μουσική με τη θάλασσα. Σε αυτό το σημείο θα δούμε εντυπωσιακά πλάνα από το ΦΙΝ. Και τώρα κάποια πλάνα από τη βραδιά των πρώτων 2019, όπου τιμήσαμε αθλητές, παλιούς Ολυμπιονίκες, παλιούς δημοσιογράφους και γενικά παλαιά στελέχη του αθλητισμού. Ας απολαύσουμε τώρα και κάποια πλάνα από το Περιφερειακό Πρωτάθλημα Λέιζερ. Κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαστε έτοιμοι να επιστρέψουμε στο σεμινάριο.
The question is actually, you said, what is the logic behind downwind allowance for Oscar Plug? Well, I would rather go into those details with it's a class dependent. If we go to let me just open the common breaches, just a second. Oh, no. Bear with me just a second, please. I need to disallow the mails because it's annoying me with the messages. I'm coming now in just a second. I think that's the one. Yeah, I think that's the one I want, right? You must have now for rule 42 most common breach is fin class, right?
Yes, Neven.
Perfect, thank you. So you see, I think the logic for the each class has its own reasons, and it's all class dependent. So there is no sort of a rule that would say Oscar would apply if this and this and this and this. No, it will apply if that class rule change applies or the other class rule change applies. So if we go, for example, through most common breaches of fin class, at top it says class rule affecting rule 42 fin class. So they are, in their rules, changing, for example, 42.3 is changed by adding a new 42.3. So all that is in 42.3, it's valid, plus on top this. The race committee may signal in accordance with Appendix E5 that we will talk about later, that pumping, rocking, and ooching are permitted. So you see, pumping, rocking, and ooching are permitted after the starting signal, except when the boat's proper course is close hold or above. So that would be even on the course, if the wind changes, for example, 180 degrees direction, it would be always the actual sailing of the boat itself. So close hold, depending on the wind. It's not depending even on the leg. After starting signal, except when the boat's proper course is close hold or above. That's important. This changes rule 42A, B, and C. Mind you, there is no D here, sculling, right? So they can do all these things, provided these conditions are in. So this lines here is actually an agreement by the class members. So the sailors themselves voted for this kind of rule because they found it in their sailing practices that those things should not be. So what basically they can do, they can pump, they can rock, right? And then the fin class recommends that race committee apply C111 in winds of 10 knots. So there is another condition. It is 10 knots. So we need to be carefully looking into these class rule changes. If we go somewhere else, let me try 470, for example. Fin has 10 knots. 470 would have similar thing. Class rule affecting rule 42. Section C, conditions for racing affecting law. The following rules shall apply as amended below. If the average wind speed is clearly over 8, so they have a little bit less, 8 knots across the course race committee may signal in accordance with people, we will talk about later, that pumping, rocking, and ooching are permitted, but not sculling, for example. So these are only exceptions for those. So if you go to the rule book and see what is pumping, rocking, and ooching, then you can exactly see what they are allowing. This changes rule 42A, 42B, and so it's unlimited number of those. But for 470 class, it doesn't say when. It could be upwind, could be downwind, doesn't matter. If we go somewhere else, let's go to another class. Optimist doesn't have limitations. I don't know whether any other class has limitation, class changes. Let's see if F49 has. Yeah, 49er has something. 42.3 shall apply as amended below. 42.3 change as follows. J, they adding one more. A boat may be sculled in the if the sculling does not propel the boat in any direction. And that's the only change they made. It doesn't say when. It could be on any downwind, upwind, so whatever. So to answer your question is actually there is no pattern. It is really class dependent. So what the class votes for, that's in the rule book, and we judges follow. I don't know what was the reason for the Finn class. Let's go to Finn class a little bit more to study. Maybe this is a good opportunity now to study a little bit what these most common breaches as a document are. So they are all sort of uniquely composed. So first thing, it goes, this paper is intended as guide to judges and sailors. And I would add here everybody, coaches including. And this is how we all learn, because that we need to be all on the same page, not to do silly things. The judges will give sailors the benefit of a doubt. So these are principles that are important. However, when they are sure a sailor is breaking Rule 42, they will act to protect the sailors that are complying with the rule. So that's the principle. I think we would all agree. And that's why the rule is in place from the very beginning, because we wanted to protect the sailors that comply with the rule. So then we've done this change. So they have quite a significant change. And it's very specific. It doesn't say, like you said in your question, they allow it downwind, but they do not allow it upwind. So who to ask about it is Finn class, perhaps. Perhaps it's a boat itself that poses an extra burden and difficulty on the sailors' bodies in the other ways, I mean upwind, but it needs to be consulted by someone that is Finn class specialist. So the Finn class recommends that raise knots to 10 knots. Okay. So in every of these common breaches documents, you will find at the top where the class provides for extra procedure. Some classes don't. I think laser does not. Let's go to the laser. Sorry. I need to open lasers as well, because they don't have any addition to it. I'm certain. You see, they have nothing. So the normal body rule in the rule book would apply to lasers. Okay, let's go back to our example with the fin. So that's the second thing. Next is something that class-specific techniques and breaches are emphasized. So let's see, that's class fin. The fin is a much heavier boat than a laser, and Rule 42 breaches are normally easier to identify because greater effort is needed to have any effect, or the bigger sailor. The fins use flag Oscar in winds over 10 knots. All right. Normal Rule 42 restrictions always apply before starting signal and when the boat's proper course is close hold or about. So everything is normal until top mark. After top mark, above 10 knots, Oscar. It's funny that Oscar is displayed at the committee vessel, and they need to remember, if there is nothing, if the conditions would change through the first beat, what would be next signal? Romeo at the top mark. So it would be, they allowed Rule 42 changes as per class wishes after that top mark, theoretically, and they will switch it off in the process as well. So the fin class would never be able to execute it, because the wind strength potentially, obviously, dropped down, and race committee decided we can't allow this pumping, rocking, and ooching in winds slower than 10 knots. That would be in line with the class recommendations. It is written here, recommends. Okay, normal Rule 42 restriction. Then the common breaches are split in several parts where the mostly rules are broken. So in areas like from the start, around the course, and up until the finish. So permitted actions are described at the start, one roll. A roll at the start should not clearly propel the boat. One roll. So in all those classes, in all those interpretations and the common breaches, you will always find this in all the classes, and that would be that it is potentially a danger if it propels the boat. And that's the final balance of the boat when the people are sort of taking the course, laughing up to start at the starting line, and they throw the body out, and that roll may be difficult if it propels the boat. And actually, it's very significant because it gives a lot of advantage, because if the boat that starts half a meter ahead of the other one could win the race in these short courses that we nowadays have. So it is somewhere that judges are focused quite a lot. So that's why it is in all these common breaches, you will find this one roll. So of course it is clearly propelling the boat. It's basic for these are all prohibited. How the judges are gathering evidence, it is also useful for judges and sailors to read here and to get acquainted with. Probably most of you do that. So then sculling is the second thing, particularly with the fin, and it's explained. Sculling is a problem in this class because the fin rather has good shape to help propel the boat, which is probably not the case with the laser. That would be a little bit slightly different in the laser common breaches. If you can go through, we will not go through all the common breaches because it will take too much time. It is just I want to focus where to find things. So the movements do not have to be forceful to keep the boat stationary or propel it. So a little bit would help. Permitted actions, sculling, even forceful sculling when a boat is above close hold course and clearly changes direction to close hold course, which I explained on the board before, is fine, it's permitted. Repeatedly moving the helm to reduce the speed, fine, permitted. That's as the rule says. But prohibited is sculling when a boat is above close hold course and at the same time sheeting in the main on the deck to stop the boat from changing course. Sculling below a close hold course, prohibited, what I said as well before with the optics happens. Forceful sculling on both sides, scull 2, which is forceful. That's what is per se prohibited. Crabbing, but only if the rudder movements are forceful enough to offset the steering course by backing a sail. That would be different for laser and different from fin, because fin is heavier boat and the effect needs to be demonstrated before the judges would act. In laser, that would be probably quicker, and the optics as well. Maybe optics neither, but yeah, lasers could be quicker to identify whether it helps or not. But in fin class, a heavier boat, it will need some time. Gathering evidence again. So each of these chapters, maybe I should make it a little bit smaller. Oops, sorry. So gathering evidence is again at each of these end of these chapters, gathering evidence. So it is the process, what the judges would look like, what would look for to act, to put a note down that's the. And that sometimes there are these examples like here. For example, if you have with the Oscar flag with the fins, because no class would allow the sculling. You remember I said D is not allowed. Pumping, rocking, and ouching usually allowed, but not sculling. Sculling would be like taking a sort of your rowing. So that's not, and sometimes this can happen with, let's say, the red letters because it's something newly introduced into the thing, which is that if the sail drops in the water and then the sailor pulls it, it is actually paddling with the sail. So that can lead up to penalty. Like this, putting the boom or clue in the water and removing it without propelling the boat, that's fine. So if it drops by itself, because boat is rocking and it drops and then goes out, nothing. But if it is pulled, that's another story. that's prohibited, which is then using the boom and clue in a rowing action to clearly propel the boat. That could happen. And then gathering evidence, so the judge is also, wherever it's this new thing in, we have is the sailor putting the boom and clue in the water and clearly propels the boat by a rowing action. So we need to add all these things together to go with the yellow flag. Then we have rocking, and again, gathering evidence, how the judges are doing it, roll, jibing, and so on and so on. So these documents could be long as 3 or 4 pages, and it's really, really good to learn and read before. Every judge does it before it goes and judge these classes, and repeats and rereads all this to refresh his mind and before the race. I hope I was lengthy in my answer, Adriana, but I think if you have any other query about it, did I actually answer your question? My answer to your question was that each class actually has its own reasons why it is not downwind, or why it is only downwind, and why it is downwind and upwind, or so on. Thank you, Adriana. We have a next question. Let me check that.
From Mirto.
Yeah.
Mirto, can you speak?
Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Mirto, yes.
Yeah. No, we have another question first. Why was... Okay, many... sorry. Let me read it carefully first. Can we consider that a boat touches the committee boat before starting to maintain her position, apart from other rules she breaks, which is 31, 22, that's Milto, right?
Yes.
And she also breaks 42.1. Absolutely. That is a potential danger. Yeah. But because it is not, it is nowhere described, right? That's why you believe it is 42.1, and I agree with that. I hope the other guys agree with that as well. If anyone disagrees, can comment, please.
So if Appendix P applies, a judge can give a penalty for this breach.
Yes, because that would fall into something that is not described in prohibition, exceptions, yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Would be breaking a basic rule, yeah. But it would be also 2 and 31, of course. You are absolutely right. So this guy has a big problem if that happens.
Yeah,
Please,
yes.
Thank you. Adriana, you mean you can pump in close hold with the 470? Adriana, there is no restriction. You can even see in 470 class when the Oscar is up that they are bouncing on the trapeze as well. So everything is just trembling. It's no restrictions even upwind once they are released on Oscar 8 knots. It's very tiring. I was sailing 470 myself when I was young, and I tell you, it is completely different. And I was in Rio for the Olympics on the jury, and I was actually very much enjoying how this development of the sailing is gone. And this is so athletic, and it is completely different than from my time. And things change. So they adopt this, and you're getting very tired with this bouncing or pumping, and you can see that. Even at the very strong winds last year in Japan at the World Championship, we had quite an interesting heavy winds and big waves, and people were downwind especially, they were pumping and jibing, pumping and body throwing away everywhere and bouncing on the trapeze with no problem. So they are really trained nowadays. For me, nowadays, do that, I'd be dead after 3 boat lengths. Anyway, so that's how they like it. Whether the rest of the world doesn't like it or not, that's it. So the class wants it that way. Some people criticize 8 knots, it's maybe too low. But why we have these restrictions by the classes? This is also a good question to ask. It's a history behind it, because like we have a next question, that judges will not have a work if there is no, if lasers are not switching off the 42 rule. It is, let's say, an example of boards. Boards used to have that rule as well at the beginning, but then they quickly decide it is impossible to police it for them. So they just let it go. And now they adopted their own sailing, and they have, because it is hard on the body, we need to think about physical as well. They have they have restrictions. They can't start a fourth race or third race. I think they need to have a rest in between, because it is very hard on the heart. Because if you're pumping all the time, especially on no wind conditions, when the organizers want to have a race, then it is a burden on the sailor. So the medical part of it, medical, physical, needs to be considered. So if the class considers that in some conditions it is hard, unfair, or impossible to police it, then they would limit. They would say 8 knots, 12 knots, 10 knots, whatever they feel out of their experience, it suits them. And that's legal. That's how it works. So because the rule 86 explicitly says that class rule can change rule 42. It's the only class rule actually that can change rule 42, just for you to remember. Not other documents can. National Federation cannot change that. Only class actually can change it. So because it is so much connected to the fairness and to the material itself, how it is used. Because sailing in fin laser or optic or 470 is different. So there are specific physical and technical specifics that would sort of play with the 42 in a different way. And that's why we have this colorful masses of documents around, and we need to get prepared for that before we start. So in Finn, if about Vasily's question.
Vasily, can you speak, Vasily?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so in Finn, if a boat misses sailing...
Close hole.
Close hole. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It is, okay.
No.
No.
Because the rule itself, if you read it carefully, please, let's go here again. It says, except when the boat's proper course is close hauled or above.
Also proper holes.
If it is on a beat, let's say we start, okay?
Okay.
And then we are, what is the proper course if we're going upwind? The proper course is close hauled course. Okay. So she cannot choose to pump, because when the boat's proper course is close hauled, this is not allowed.
Okay.
All right? So on the beat, technically, on that windward leg, if it is all okay, then it is close hauled. She's not allowed. But if the wind changes completely direction, 180 degrees, right? What would the proper course will be for that fin? Will be just to go directly to the windward mark, correct?
Yes.
Do you agree? Okay.
Yes.
In that case, it would be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Let's read again. The race committee may signal in accordance with that pumping, rocking, and hooching are permitted after the starting signal, except when the boat's proper course is close hauled or above. All right? So in the race, technically, I see it this way. Please, you guys, correct me. Fin class coaches, tell me if the race committee gives a start downwind and Oscar is up, I would let them pump, because it is proper course to go to the next mark. It's just windward mark, but doesn't matter.
But this is not happen, okay?
Yeah. Most of the time not. But it is worth thinking about it, because it may happen.
Okay.
You know, in the flirty, in the conditions that are not really, you know, whenever your proper course.
If it's shifting, yes, it may change, but.
You know, it could be half a beat you are on close haul, because that's, and then the wind changes direction in a half of the beat. Completely different. From there on, If the Oscar is there, go.
Okay.
That's my.
Thank
You please tell me if I'm wrong, huh?
No, it was just a small detail. That's why I asked.
Yeah, but I'm reading the rule now. You know, so the way I read the rule, I think that that's allowed because a proper course is something that counts for the Fin class itself, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For the 470 class is different. For 470 class, you can just put up the Oscar.
And go do whatever you want.
Not sculling, for example.
It's meaning of the pumping and
Whatever is specified, pumping, rocking, and ouching will be allowed. So people just start even at the start. After the start, let me see. That depends because it needs to be said. Is it be very careful with that? Is it after the start signal or is it after the preparatory signal or while racing? Because if it is while racing, then it could be from preparatory signal, correct? Or let's just check 470 class rule, just for a curiosity. It's worth talking about it. I like everything. Rules are so, okay, 470. All right. And if the average wind speed is clearly over 8 knots across the course, the race committee may signal in accordance with the appendix, the pumping, rocking. You know what that means? So it is the following rule, amended below. So now we go to the rule book, and in the rule book, we will find what is written about Rule 42. Rule 42 applies while racing, correct? So that would be from prep signal. Part 4 rules apply only to boats racing unless the rule states otherwise. So 42 rule doesn't have anything changing except doesn't say anything. So it is while racing. Racing, when we are racing from the prep signal, correct? So the 470 would be different than for the fin. Fin would be at the starting gun, starting signal. But for 470s would be racing. Racing is prep signal. Interesting, isn't it? So at the start, you will have a spectacular show with all this, like in the boards as well. They are all pumping, so the same way. Yes, Andreas Kosmatopoulos, 470 allows throughout the race about 8 knots, correct. Funny thing is also, if the Romeo is, sometimes it happens that Romeo is displayed at the next mark. So we cannot say we are now unhappy because the wind dropped down to 5 and now we will stop then pumping. So it will be chaos. It's impossible to inform. So next information is at the next mark. So unless it's such a gross situation that race committee does not abandon the race and let it go, technically you will have a gross pumping and ouching and everything, propelling boat all the way possible. Those three, ouching, sculling, not sculling, but ouching, pumping, and rocking, until the next mark. And after that next mark, where the Romeo is, everybody will be angel. But before that, they will all reach that mark with all these breaches, all these actions that would normally be breaches. But because Oscar is up, we can't do anything unless race committee thinks it's worth abandoning or something. I've been to many races when that was not the case. So race committee just let it go. And after Romeo on that mark, the people were just behaving differently than before that mark. So they are allowed to use that rule until the next signal is done, which is always next mark. So Romeo will be on the next mark, not just stop it now. We cannot inform everybody. Okay, I have something here in Adriana said in Greek, I think.
No, Adriana is okay. Let's go on.
Yeah, but we have, unfortunately, there is a good thing for discussion. As a coach, you do learn to roll propel at the start, same as roll tacking. What did you mean, Adriana, with that?
I think we have a problem with Adriana's microphone.
Okay, we will address it later on because that's very interesting bit. What she meant by learn to lower or propel at the start. Okay, let me see what Andreas wanted. He had another question.
Andrea, can you speak?
Okay, Andreas Kosmotopoulos, health issues for having 42 upwind for Finn. Is this your comment?
Yeah, I thought that they were decided like this because of the knees and mainly the back problems. And also they didn't want to create a big house like the whole race being so much demanding.
Yeah. That's what I thought that it might have been something with the heavy, with the technical mean. I mean, the boat is heavy, and yeah. Well,
yeah, it demands a lot of stamina that could destroy them at the end.
Sure. Yeah.
So they decided that it was too much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. I thought that might have been the reason. Thank you. And there is another comment here about the laser. I will look at that, and I like that comment. If there would be 422 for laser jury, no reason to work anymore. Adriana again. Adriana, are you now online? Adriana, can we talk?
Adriana wrote on chat, please.
Yeah, I know, but I want that she talks so that we can exchange, so that everyone else hears. But we can chat all together. That's fine too.
Unfortunately, we have a problem with Adriana. Adriana, can you speak? No, Adriana cannot speak.
Yeah, okay, I will then, but she probably can listen. And I will speak because who's going to type all this in? Online nonsenses I'm talking. I mean, you learn to athletes to roll tack or to propel at the starting line, but in reality is not permitted. She is, with that statement, that's a half true. What sailors are legitimate in doing is to use the rule to their benefit until the very, very last drop of it. And that's fine. And if there is a problem and you just flip over a little bit because it's on the edge, that's the high performance sailing. So you can't stop it. People will invent things. It's just unstoppable. That's why we have rule and we have agreement. So we want to be on the same page. We say these are the limits, and then we even discuss it among all the sailing community, what is actually propelling, what is not propelling. So you need to teach your kids how to roll tack the boat. Otherwise, they will be probably not in a good shape in the international competition because everybody does it. So if everybody does it until certain limits. So those limitations needs to be carefully studied, and kids need to be taught to not take risks or be aware of what are the risks. So you will not throw your body after your roll tack is completed on a tack to collect a silly penalty just because it was propelling the boat significantly after your roll tack was done. Okay, so I see it that way. I don't know whether any other comment, what other coaches are doing. I think it's a legitimate principle to use the rule within the boundaries of allowance. And after that, there is a risk, and that risk includes a penalty or sanction, of course, because we need to protect those sailors that are actually doing right, correctly. All right, I hope that Adriana have heard me, and that if she does want. Okay, Adriana is thanking. So I hope she understood what I saw. If anyone has any more comments to that, will be good, because I think this bit for coaches is especially important. And I understand that I know of cases where Olympic sailors at the Olympics were sent home just because of 42 rule breaches, because they kept collecting, because they were taught in a way that was perceived as fine by their coaches. But then that was not supported, but they did not pay enough attention. But in general, what I see on the race course in general, I said that yesterday, but I'm not hesitating to repeat it again. In general, over the years, the level of culture is actually higher, and the coaches are much better in their approach to it. So on the international level, at least. The national level, we can always discuss. Every country has its own issues. But on the international level, I see a significant improvement on how the rule is observed and how the rule is actually observed by the sailors themselves, and how the rule is administered between judges, sailors, and coaches. So we all learn a lot from it. And even we sometimes discuss with coaches, so I've seen this and that, and what you think? Did you discover or invent something new, or we have a problem with that? So yeah, Kionas Christos. Yeah, well, that could be maybe also compared to if you can't learn how to upright the boat after capsizing unless you capsize it. Exactly. So you need to teach a sailor how to breach the rule, what the breach of the rule is, in order to see the limitations. I'm tempted to show you a film now, but just because you said that. And I know it goes back to Rule 18. But let's entertain ourselves a little bit. So let me share that one. I hope I will get it. I showed it in the previous seminar for sailors. But you can find it online. I think where this rule is now. Oh yeah, here. Mark room. Yes. All right, so that's one of the illustrations where that's a training, right? So the people learn from these incidents there. In this situation here, the analysis of that breach here can go to two possible scenarios, to two possible decisions, whether that room was given or not given, depends on what was the proper course or the next. So that's the way how probably those guys also learned at that very session. So yeah, the rule is broken. I hope the boat is not broken because we don't want contact. But yeah, we need to see what are the limitations of the rules when we coach people. All right. Any more questions? If not, I will continue with this with fin class breaches. Where is the fin?
Neven, we can have a break now.
Why? Okay. Is it break? Really?
40.
Okay, as you say, I'm I'm absolutely in your hands. Okay, let's have a
Okay.
break and I will
Let's
continue.
have a 10 minutes. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, και τώρα θα περάσουμε σε ένα σύντομο διάλειμμα 10 λεπτών και θα επιστρέψουμε ξανά μαζί σας. Στα πλάνα μας βλέπουμε το Athens International Sailing Center, ένα από τα καλύτερα ιστιοπλοϊκά κέντρα στην Ευρώπη. Τα 2 τελευταία χρόνια έχει φιλοξενήσει Ολυμπιονίκες και μεγάλους αθλητές συνολικά από 30 χώρες. Παράλληλα, οι αθλητές αυτοί έγιναν οι καλύτεροι πρεσβευτές της χώρας μας στο εξωτερικό και έδωσαν οικονομική ζωή στην περιοχή μας, στην Καλιθέα.
Three minutes to the start of our first medal race of the World Championships here in...
Στο Άρχους το 2018 πραγματοποιήθηκαν τα πρωταθλήματα όλων των Ολυμπιακών κατηγοριών και μάλιστα ήταν πρόκριση και για την Ολυμπιάδα. Να παρακολουθήσουμε τα όμορφα πλάνα.
Flying, and those are the leading four in the Finns. Max Salmon, top left corner. John Borberic of Hungary with the blue bib in the right. The red bib of Josh Jr. of New Zealand. And Dutchman Nicholas Heine sitting in fourth. They're all chasing that gold medal. And the pressure is up. But the conditions are absolutely fabulous out there. The sun is shining. The breeze is up. We're in for a fantastic medal race, a fantastic day of racing. The clock is counting down to the start of the Finn medal race here in Aarhus in Denmark. The first medal race of the Sailing World Championships. Evie looking at that start line and Jordan looking at your data. How's it looking?
Port end of the line is favoured, so the pin end, the opposite end to the committee boat, is favoured by 15 metres at the moment. The length to the first mark is just on 1 kilometre.
There we can see the position of the course right in close to the shore, so the fans watching from the dockside can see the action right up close. Where would you put your boat, Evie?
At the moment, as Jordan was saying, portside has an advantage, and I think it will be key in this race to get a good start and to have good boat speed. As we were saying earlier, the wind is quite stable and not so much differences, so that will be very important.
So the start line in front of us between the two boats, and at the moment there seems to be no preference amongst the fleet on which side to go. Our first four all trying to hunt down the gold medal. And keep an eye out for sail number 33 of Sweden. There it is. Max Salminen is the man to catch. Remember, the top 8 could potentially snatch that gold medal from him. By making this medal race, these sailors have already qualified their countries for Tokyo 2020. So this race is personal. It's all about personal gain. It's about world titles. And we're just under 10 seconds to go now to the start of the Finn medal race. And the fleet is away. It's an all clear from the committee boat as they are spread out along the line. And first advantage.
I would say that the wind shifted a little bit more to the right on the starting line. It's too early to call any favored side at the moment, so those who are having a good start are definitely in the favored position.
Nick Heiner and Alkan Kana both had a good little jump out from the line as well, so I love watching these boats.
So there's a penalty for Argentina. That's for Facundo Oleza for pumping at the start. Can you explain that, Jordan?
Yep, so pumping at the start is accelerating, so the boat's got to move by the act of the wind over the sails, so you can't overly pump your sails or rock the boat. So the Argentinian has been busted for that, rule 42. And
a little bit too keen off the line. One of the youngsters coming through the fleet, Facundo Oleza of Argentina.
Just will clarify, once they go downwind, if it was over 10 knots, they are allowed to pump downwind, but in this situation, the pumping flag wasn't up, so no luck.
Well, in these early stages, Nicholas Heiner of the Netherlands is out in front. So slender leads from the New Zealander, Andy Maloney. Tom Ramshaw of Canada in third.
The start is all critical in our sport, and he got a fantastic start. For Nicholas to win, he's got to beat our leader by at least 5 boats, so it is a big claim or big drive for him. I love this shot as well.
Yeah, you can see the different techniques and how they look around the boat, keeping an eye on each other. Those are our top 4 in this race. The yellow bib of Max Salminen of Sweden, the defending world champion.
Yeah, and at first we saw the majority of them going to the left, and we've seen a little bit of a wind shift making them tack towards the right, and it's actually Tom Ramshaw of Canada and Nicholas Heiner who are in the hunt at the moment and in a good position.
The wind's just trying to move to the right, Evie. Looks like a little bit of pressure just starting to come from the right. A lot of the fleet has headed left off this start line, and the wind is just bending. When I say move, it's only a few degrees. We're only seeing 5-degree movements at the moment, so it's not major. Keeping the pace and sailing the fleet's probably more important at this stage.
We're on board with Josh Jr., one of 2 Kiwis in this medal race for the Finns. Fresh from his America's Cup campaign, back into the Olympic classes.
Tied for second, you can see the red bib on him there. Doing a very good regatta. So one, he's qualified New Zealand into the Tokyo Olympics in this class, and of course he does have another New Zealander in, of course, Andy Maloney in this field as well. Very talented family, the old Maloney family, when it comes to sailing.
This is the Canadian nominally out in front at the moment, pushing.
Neven, are we going to start back?
Yes.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαστε έτοιμοι να συνεχίσουμε το σεμινάριο.
Okay.
Okay, let's start.
Thank you. Hello again. Back to this common breaches. On each of these pages, different classes, you may find what I like a lot is tips. And I think this guide us to a better world. Ask questions. If you are not sure about a technique, ask in writing for clarification so that other sailors can also benefit from the answer. So that's a technique that it could be posted or something. If you get a yellow flag penalty, that's addressed to sailors, obviously. Ask the judges for an explanation of what you can do or can't do. Some sailors would argue and say, well, what can I do? Say the judges just penalized me and that's his opinion. What can I do against it? But not quite so, because yes, there is no way back. Once the judge makes the call is finished. So there is no redress or changing. But from any situation, we can both learn, so judge and the sailor, and that principle should be encouraged all the time. So and the last one is interesting. Remember, the more important the event, the higher the ratio of judges to sailors. So your sailing technique will be under scrutiny when it really matters. But it is also that you can, as a sailor, learn from them as well more, because there are more people that could give advice and opinion. And that's how we all move forward together. I really would encourage you to look those documents. I'm really pleased to see that there is also there is also some Greek translation as well, and that's very nice. And those breaches, I would really heartily prize my colleagues, judges that are braver than me and put all this in beautiful text and very well organized per class. So it is very helpful, a tool for everyone. And I recommend coaches as well to use it when you, as Adriana said, when we are teaching them sailing, and we need to teach them sailing to the permitted actions and the borders or limits where it ends and turns into something else. So roll tack is fine, provided blah, blah, blah. We need to know that. And we're constantly learning from these examples. Okay. Let me check if there is any.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think a good way to really learn about Rule 42 is to make a Rule 42 training camp, invite a judge who will be judging on the water or explaining what is the limits, and then invite another judge, because, you know, the perception sometimes from one judge to the other, maybe it's on the edge. So for someone is greens, for someone is yellow. So, I mean, this is a good way to really learn in early stages before you go in international competition or even in the national championship, to be sure that, I mean, you are safe with your technique.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more. Absolutely. I don't know, in Croatia, we are not really good, I must say, to my liking. Maybe, I don't know how they coach and what they do. And, they're not too bad. I know we have a good sailors in laser, I think, 470 is quite good also. But what I learned from them, sometimes they ask me and I come to them, to the training, and then they do what they do, and then I do what I do, right? And after we come ashore, then each of us explain why. And then you can analyze it. So it is absolutely great idea to include, if it is possible, be excellent. It'd be teaching process for both sides. And that'd be much better, because the sailors will come up with some ideas that would maybe be legal, and the judges would think it is illegal. And actually, if you read carefully rule, you may find it otherwise, right? And then the judges are penalizing something that is unnecessarily penalized, because, or either other way around, they're just overlooking something that is obvious, and sailors can tell them. So I think you're right. I 100% agree. And I don't know how much these efforts you do in Greece, but maybe that's a route. Yeah. Other than that, on the international level, we have that principles that you can see them in the common breaches. So the sailors and coaches and judges, they are exchanging the views all the time. So on the international level, I'm quite satisfied, quite happy. But national level might need some improvements. All right, so we would conclude with that, and I would just want to draw your attention to one more thing, which is cases that deal with 42 rule. And I would not go deep into them. You can read them yourself. So casebook is authoritative interpretation of the racing rules of sailing. Q&A, we said yesterday, is something else. It is on an urgent basis a question among judges that have problems interpreting something. The Q&A gives an instant answer that may then go three ways. Either it's abandoned later, or is it integrated into casebook, or is it whatever, stays there for a while until a better solution is given. So these cases that deal with the rule 42 propulsion as these case 5, 8, 69, and 132. So a boat that is anchored during a race is still racing. A boat does not break rules. So a boat can drop the anchor and stay there, right? Current, boof, anchor. A boat does not break rule 42.1 or rule 45 if, while pulling in her anchor line to recover the anchor, she returns to her position at the time the anchor was lowered. However, if pulling in the anchor line clearly propels her to a different position, she breaks those rules. So if you use this to go somewhere else, that would be profit that you would gain advantage from. That would be something. We will not go into the case itself because the case is probably longer and that'd be long read. We will not go to. So just the messages we are here having. So repeated helm movements to position a boat to gain speed on each of the series of waves generated by passing vessel. So that's what I said before. If there is some force majeure that actually creates waves for you, you are actually allowed to use it. And that case talks about sculling on those waves. And then it says how this is actually treated. Sculling, unless they are forceful, the increase in speed is the result of permitted use of the water to increase speed, not the sculling itself. So you may read that case in your free time. Case 69, momentum of the boat after her preparatory signal, that is the result of being propelled by her engine before the signal, does not break 42.1. So what happens in a match racing community, the 42 engine is explicitly written, engine should be off at attention signal or warning signal, not at prep. Okay, so because the rule 42 applies while racing, and racing is after prep signal until the boat finishes, it would mean that you can switch off your engine at prep signal. But That's what it is. And that's why the case 69 is here. So the momentum you got from that engine that was turned off at prep signal actually is not breaking 42.1. But match racing community wanted to limit that as well. So they say, no, engine should be off at warning signal. Because they didn't want it, because that propelling movement through the short starting line would be quite beneficial. And then it will drag a boat over to half a line. So it would not be something tolerable in match racing. Some classes other may as well do some similar. A boat is on a beat to windward. When the course she would sail to finish as soon as possible in the absence of other boats is a close hold course or above. So this goes into discussion about fin before, as you remember. So because the 42 rule talks about on a downwind leg, or on a, no, sorry. Let me open the book again. Except on a beat to windward, when surfing, rapidly accelerating. So 42.3c says, except on a beat to windward. So that problematic bit was here because when you would allow one pump per wave or gust of the wind, it is when you will not be on the beat to windward. And that case defines when you are not on the beat to windward, that you are then allowed. And it says, in the absence of all other boats, is a close hold course or above. Then it would be on the beat to windward, okay? Otherwise, it will not be on the beat to windward and the action is allowed. So it's worth discussing. I do not regret time we dedicated to 42 rule, because I know the coaches spend a lot of time, efforts to teach people how to maneuver the boats, and that would include this propelling effect. And if you have more questions, we will be readdressing them even tomorrow if you have new moments or new input. So thank you very much for that. We just now shift to Appendix Papa. Appendix Papa is something that is introduced over time. It used to be a rule separate in the rule book that would say how to proceed under, I think it was 67 at the time, that was talking about breach of the rule, what is the procedure and so on. And that rule would have then allowed to use the appendix. Now we have only appendix. We have either using appendix or we do not using appendix. In the big fleets of America's Cup boats, we don't use appendix, right? But there are some other rules. The rules are differently set and there's some changes for them. But in the big fleets of offshore racing going around the globe, there is no appendix P. But somebody can still protest under 42, and that's because the 42 would be just a regular rule, like 10, like 11, like any other normal rule. There is no prohibition from sailor, even when Appendix P is in place, to protest another boat for Rule 42, like what Adriana said. For example, this pooling on the well, probably that guy would protest under Rule 31. But he may add 31 and 42, because if that guy ends up ahead of him, even touching the mark and pulling alongside the committee vessel, that would be perhaps a rule 2 in my mind. But anyway, it is worth mentioning. So he can protest on 42 for that incident Adriana mentioned. So, but the limitation is one. If that same incident, the judge was intervening and given penalty for, there is no way that that incident would have been protesting again. So it is relatively cheap penalty if judge gets you and you get 720. I mean 2 turns, right? It's not 720 anymore, 2 turns, and because it's only 2 turns. And if you end up in the jury room for 42 rule, the alternative is something higher, right? The SQ perhaps. So that's not too good. Oh, if it is your second, then it's the same thing. All right, so we have that Appendix P because we wanted to make the sailing fairer. So we have judges on the water for dinghy classes and Olympic classes, of course, that would monitor what is going on in the water, and that would be helping people behave. There are many techniques judges use for monitoring the 42, and you will hear from many that the judges are on the water to prevent rule breach happening. Our presence would be inspiring to sailors not to do it, but furthermore, the judges are on the water to protect those sailors that are using rule correctly, that do not break it. So there is a distinct, that's why we are on the water. And we are actually protecting the principle that that rule is actually protestable, because it was so difficult in the past that anybody could win against the opponent when the protest was lodged under that rule. It was so hard to present the evidence and to roll on and so on. So that's why we have this Appendix B. Let me just go through it quickly and see if there is any item in it that I want to emphasize or you want to ask question about. I will, stop. Do you see my rule book? Maybe not. I need to share it, right?
Yes, we see it.
Because I'm sharing Acrobat the same. Okay, fine. So all the documents with the PDF documents are now visible for you. Thank you very much for your help. Okay. So P structure is as the following. That bit is in P1, observers and procedure. The protest committee may appoint observers, including protest committee members, to act in accordance with the rule below. A person with a significant conflict of interest shall not be appointed as an observer. You would not appoint a father of a sailor to be an observer, unless it is just a club event when everybody knows that he is his father and whatever. So an observer, who can observer be? Anyone that has a significant experience in the rule itself. So it does not need to be a judge per definition. Rule is silent. It says observers. So it is up to and it says including, could be race committee members, could be anybody that you find fit for the job. And what the observer does, if he sees the boat breaking rule 42, it may penalize her by, as soon as it is not possible, making a sound signal, pointing a yellow flag at her and hailing her sailing number, even if she is no longer racing. No longer racing is important because sometimes judges have a difficulty to police the congested finish line with flag, so they need to inform the guy later because it's impossible, it's physically impossible. Judges also, during the racing, tend not to affect the other sailors if someone is breaching the rule. So they would need some time between they see the incident and until they process the information to the sailor. So procedure is such that the judges would rise the yellow flag up, they will whistle later on when they come closer to the guy, but the flag up would be a message to all the sailors around that judges are on the mission so that they are aware why they are actually crossing all of them in. Sometimes it may happen that they interfere, but that's part of the game and we can't avoid sometimes, but this really rarely happens, but it may happen. I'm not denying it, it does not. So in that environment, sometimes happens that the sailor is actually very surprised why he gets a penalty because he did nothing. And actually that's not maybe true in the case because that judges would then probably explain that the breach that they are actually blaming him for happened a sort of minute or two ago. And they would usually even, I would say, it's for pumping such and such and so on, if I have time. Okay, so that's the general frame. And what I said, both so penalized shall not be penalized a second time under Rule 42. So that's what I said about the sailor. If the other sailor is protesting the same incident, there will be no action, because that same incident protested second time would be null. So nobody would be hurt. So one penalty enough. So nobody would protest the same incident. Okay, then the system is here: first penalty, second penalty, third and subsequent penalties. That's what is a Olympic standard, and we use it in general. But many classes would do some adjustments so that maybe all the penalties will be treated as first penalty if this is just 2 turns. If it is a specific age or class that would like it for their own reasons, they could be very justified for educational reasons or for any sort of stuff. Or they may readjust the third part or second, but doesn't really matter. So you be aware that this may happen in some classes. So yeah, first penalty is 2 turns, second penalty is you go away, third penalty is if you do not go away, then you are retire. I mean, then you get a DSQ. But if you are third time penalized and the sailor does not retire from the race, the risk is quite high, and it goes to this environment. We will talk about it tomorrow, which is undesirable happening. So it is better not to happen because it could be blamed for misconduct and misbehaving. Because what? Why? Because the basic principle is when we break a rule, we are supposed to take penalty or retire if there is no other penalty. Penalties near the finishing line. This is what is connected to P11, which it says that those penalties could be said after the boat actually finishes, and if she cannot retire, as written here, if she cannot retire because she's already finished it, so before finishing, because retirement is usually okay. Anyway, she will be scored as she had retired promptly. So that, because it is so quick, so everybody gets in the finish quickly, and then it can be that she did not retire before finishing, because we have here written as soon as if she shall promptly retire, right? So that promptly may not be viable when you just cross the line by the flow of all the boats. So that promptly would then be even after finish line crossing. Postponement, general recall, or abandonment would still count the breach, but the penalty itself need not to be done, because if it is your second one and you not retire, you don't need to do that. You just start a second one, but second one will be like penalty will be count. So you, in your record, there will be a penalty, but that penalty itself doesn't need to be performed, like 2 turns if it is first time, or retirement if it's second time. Okay, that's important. So I also message to everybody: the boat shall not be given redress for an action by a member of the protest committee or its designated observer. That's a system we have. That's what we accept. So the judges are very cautious that they don't want to go into area where they are not certain that the rule is broken. So if they do not have a firm ground to explain what they have done and why, they will not penalize. That's the golden rule, and they will not do that for sure. That's what we are taught in our seminars. So we don't do that because of that danger, because there is no repeat. We can't go back and say, well, sorry, we just didn't mean it. So we need to be certain. The only change is here because the committee signal a class rule that we were discussing before, Oscar or something. So if the judge makes a call that has nothing to do with Oscar or conditions, then it can be corrected, but otherwise not. Because then actually they penalize something that was allowed to be done. So in that case, in that error of the judge because of the class rule would be then corrected. When rule fee. Okay, so this P5 applies when class rule permit pumping, rocking, and ouching when the wind speed exceeds a specific limit. Even that's very interesting, because now we can see in the rule itself, it says when class rules permit pumping, rocking, and ouching. So some other classes actually are allowing sculling, right? But it is not connected to Oscar flag. So for example, in 49ers, so sculling is allowed if it doesn't propel the boat with 49ers, but it is not connected to the Oscar. So Oscar does not fly there, doesn't matter. But the rule is, so even it's interesting that all those classes that use Oscar flag actually have those three things that are then allowed. And I would not repeat all this. The race committee may signal that pumping, rocking, and ouching are permitted and blah, blah. It's Oscar flag before the warning signal. And if the wind speed becomes less than after flag Oscar has been displayed, the race committee may postpone the race and so on. And then before or with the new warning signal, the committee shall display either flag Romeo or signal 42. So change the class rules and so on. So we discussed that before, I won't repeat it. If flag Oscar or flag Romeo is displayed before or with the warning signal, it shall be displayed until the starting signal. So it goes down. And then we need to remember, after the starting signal, if the wind speed exceeds the specified limit, the race committee may display a flag Oscar with repetitive sound and a mark to signal that pumping, rocking, and ouching are permitted. And that would be then after passing the mark. That's what is important out of this rule, after passing the mark. If flag Oscar has been displayed and the wind speed becomes less than the specific limit, the race committee may display flag Romeo with repetitive sounds at the mark to signal that rule 42 has changed and so on. Okay, is there any questions about or experiences with the Papa flag, Papa appendix or yellow flag? Let me see if there is any. Oh, chat. Let's see.
No questions. We can go on.
Yeah, but there is something I agree. I don't know what is related to. I agree. There are different visual angles. What you meant, Dimitra?
Dimitra, can you open your microphone and speak, please?
No, I understand now. It is a discussion about teaching 42 and including judges for a training process. I understand. Thank you, Dimitra. Okay, next, we now done with the Papa. We finish with interpretations. Common breaches, finish. Now we continue with something interesting, which is procedures about the protests, right? I had I give an exercise to sailors about validity of the protest. And we can go now through the book, and then we can go and see who can protest and why and how this works. It's all be fine. But I would give a special attention to part of that, which is incident itself. The rule, let me just open the rule book again. I hope I'm sharing the rule book now. So I would love to go now to part 5, which is rule 16. We all know who can protest, and that is all regulated within the book. But, oh, come on. The Finder does not work, so I need to scroll it. Oh, good Lord. Oh my goodness. Here I am. Okay. All right. So that's the part we're going to talk now for a couple of sessions, a little bit longer because there are plenty of things to talk about it. But I think you probably very familiar with what protest is and who may protest. So it is both, it is race committee, it is protest committee, and it is technical committee. And that's it. What is important, I think, for you as a coach is it's requirements for the protest. And one of this thing is informing the protestee. And another one is that I would love to use the time until the next bell protest contents. Usually at the event, we are all bound by this time limits, protest time limit, and we are coming from the shore, from the ashore, and then we busy with parking our boats, with getting dry, with discussion with the coach, with finding witnesses, and all this mess that comes around. And we are missing one thing, and many times it happens that actually protests are invalidated or declared not valid for a single reason, which is that some of these requirements need to be met. And when we learn quite closely what actually we need to do, we can learn from this 61.2 that we don't need to do much if we want to have a successful protest. What are the requirements? One is it needs to be in writing. Okay, so you need a paper. So what kind of paper you need? I mean, a blank paper. Which size? This one? Why not? It should be in writing. Okay. Like this, size of this. Form. Oh, fine, yeah. Many race committees have a form and they have it in their race office. How far is the race office? We are on the opposite side of the bay. Are we going to make it in time? So it should be in writing, and it doesn't say whether it should be on the form or should be on the what kind of form or a blank paper. But it needs to contain things, which is A, the protestor and protestee. So if I'm protesting, it is you and the other guy. So I need to put this down. Okay, fine. The next thing is the incident. So I need to describe what incident is. What happened? Is it collision, bow to bow, downwind, upwind, something? You need to describe something. So incident need to be identified somehow. It could be done how? Could it be done in words only, or diagram, or both? It doesn't really say. It say identify the incident. So we still don't need to do much, actually, as long as we qualify for this, identify the incident. Where and when the incident occurred. Okay, so that's time and place. Easy. Any rule the protestor believes was broken, or now we need the book and we need to go through the book and find the rule. Oh, that's going to be a lengthy process, isn't it? Well, okay, that's a requirement. Any rule the protester believes was broken. The name of the protestor's representative. Well, okay, fine. So we have A, B, C, D, E, 5 requirements. And now there is a nice little cloud below the last sentence, a paragraph, saying what? If requirement B is met, requirement B is something that should be on that piece of paper immediately. Then requirement A may be met at any time before the hearing. That's very interesting, isn't it? So you don't have to say who you are, and you don't have to say who you protest against until the hearing. Then requirement D and E may be met before or during the hearing. So even during the hearing, you can say which rule and who's going to be your representative, even during the hearing. So you can maybe give up and say, I want my representative to come in and represent me. Interesting, isn't it? So there is no much things to do. What in a rush after you hit the shore need to do is to grab a piece of paper, put down the incident, and run for the race office to hit the protest time limit. Of course, it is easier to get a form from the race office because the form is guiding you through the details. And then what can happen? You are guided through the details. And let me see if I have a protest form here. Yeah, I have one. Let's say I go with this one. And guides you through all these details, and then you fill 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, let me see. I have it here in the rule book, correct? Here is the protest form. So so then you grab your paper, and then you go with all these details event, and you're ticking boxes around, and then you put a class, fleet, and everything. And then you run out of time before you give details here in this line. And then you do not put anything here. And then all your effort that is done through all these little questions would be in vain, because the rule says that provided, the rule says exactly this. Now I need to go to the book, because who's going to scroll this? Finder does not work. If requirement B is met, B is the incident. All the rest could be done later. And then you miss the chance to put this requirement B, the incident itself, in the time. And that could lead that your protest will not be heard. And that's embarrassing. That's pity, right? Because all this effort done and nothing. So don't be misled by the form. The form is not that important. Important is the incident itself. So I could not stress this more. Let me try this. Oh, it works now. Oh. Okay. So, stop floating, please. Okay. So in order to make sure that your protest will be heard, the important thing is to put the incident in, and then I would, of course, not force you not to put the rest if you have time. Of course, it is very nice to put the protestor and protestee, because you will then save some time finding it later. Because, for example, if the protestee is unknown, you are not forced to put it in. You know yourself, so you can sign this document, of course. But even that is not requirement under this rule. So what is going to happen if the race committee finds just a little description of the incident and doesn't know who is the protester, who is protestee, and nothing of these A, C, D, E elements in it? So the race committee, because incident happened, needs to schedule it, needs to put the schedule, needs to time your protest. But it will put no name. And before the hearing starts, you will turn up, because you will see that the incident is there listed, but not with who, against who, which race and what, just incident. Or you will come at some point in time when you understand the protest time limit expired, on later on, because it's usually half an hour after protest time limit expires, that everything will be posted. And if you do not find your incident posted, then you come to the race office and say, listen, this and this happened. I lodged the incident, my protest, but I have missing parts in it, so I want to refill it when you have that. So there is always a way to keep your protest alive as long as there is incident in it. If there is no incident in it, you can't keep it alive, even if your protest story is in protestee, where and when happened, rule that you know, you meticulously find in the book that is 10, 12, or doesn't matter what. And even you agreed who's going to be your representative, but you missed the incident. So that's very, very bad. So that's not what protest is all about. Anyway, so it's not that I'm forcing you or advising you that you only look for the form and that you just ignore A, C, D, and E. If you have time, this is not priority. The priority is incident, then you go A, then you go C, D, and E, whatever. If you have time, it's not a problem. But this is a message to understand. What is the incident, actually? If we look at a case like this, there is a diagram and there is some words, correct? Probably that would be a very well described incident because it will be some words and there will be some diagram. What if it is only diagram? What if it is only text? And what if it is only the rule? So I wouldn't advise you to risk with the, some judges would say, if you put some, you fulfill all these requirements here on the half of this page, all the details here, and then in the rules broken, like here is mentioned 18.2a, for example, that judges would, some judges say, oh, but this is valid because the incident is there. It says it's 18.2a, so let's hear it. And some judges would say, not really. So I would rather advise that the incident would be something like this. You may spare it and say this is enough as well, or you can say this would be enough as well. But wouldn't risk with the rule it's only itself. I would agree with that one. If the rule is just there 10, then I would accept. But not every judge would do that, and for good reasons, and I honor the difference in opinion, which is absolutely fine. But I would advise you, incident would be something in writing. Incident could be written in which language? Any language. It should be in Chinese or whatever language, does not really matter. You should be heard. And then the race committee and somebody else needs to find a way to listen to you, and via translator or interpreter or whoever they would find for you to help, because you can even bring your own interpreter. But in a brief description of the incident, you are allowed to use your own language if that's fine, and that's acceptable. That's human rights, and it should be respected. If it's international event especially. But why not for the national events also, if you accepted someone from abroad or someone that does not speak the local language? Why not? This is his right. So it is about sailing. It's not about language skills. And you need to have an opportunity to defend yourself the best way you can represent your case and convince the jury into the facts where you see it. All right. Any questions to this? We have some questions. Okay.
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I understood that if we miss, some informations, it's still okay. But if we put wrongfully an information, I mean, like we didn't see correct the sale number of our opponent and we put a wrong sale letter or a wrong number, is it still valid? Maybe because we couldn't really see it.
Yes, of course. I think it is valid within the words of the rule, because requirement A, which is identification, you see, the first sentence says, should be in writing and identify. So what you identify in A is identify yourself if you're protesting and identify the opponent. Identification of opponent. If you have an incident where there was a collision and you capsized, you can't really remember even the number. you may remember the whistle around his neck, or the blue eyes, or the color of the jacket. So in order to find the identity of that person, the rule allowed you some time. That's why it's written here, it may be met at any time before the hearing.
Especially,
yeah.
Especially with the lasers with a lot of digits.
Absolutely.
And another question, maybe it's for later. Can we claim a part of a rule, a case number, or it's like insulting the jury by saying that was the case 27 or whatever?
That's a very good question. I think no jury should be I personally would not be insulted. First of all, I do not expect that the sailors would, especially in the grave case, in the difficult cases, when actually the sailor himself is not certain what rule actually was broken. He knows he's capsized. He knows there was a collision. He was towed away to the shore, and now he comes in front of the Inquisition that would investigate his case. So he needs time to find who the person is, and that fine need to be granted. Even the jury would postpone maybe the hearing if there is a good reason, because he cannot find the guy, because the guy might have gone. And the same thing happens with the rule number. The rule number, if you state, it could be completely different. Sometimes people put 10 and we put 15 as a reason. So there is no blame on sailor that puts a wrong number of the rule. Sailor is allowed to say, I was leeward, he was windward, enough. That's his opinion. The judges would then reconstruct from the evidence that is given through the hearing whether that rule was applicable or the other one, and so on, and everybody will learn from it later. But that would be all connected to the evidence that and witnessing that was given inside that room. So the question to your answer is, I would never be offended if you put case 50, usually. You will say that, that case 50, because it's port starboard incident. You may say that similar to case 50, but whether you would impose that case 50 applies because you believe this is the carbon copies case, that doesn't really matter. The judges will decide later anyway. So I would not be offended. But did you have any case where the judges were offended by that?
No, I just asking because yeah, I never had a problem. And one last question, but very important, is that about the time limit.
Yeah.
Usually, once the time limit is over, the organizers, putting the paper with the hearings, or if there is no protest, they write no protest. But if they put a paper with a hearing, most of the times the sailors leave the club immediately. I was always staying half an hour more because I think that a jury has the right to publish the hearing or to include another protest even if the time limit is over.
Yes.
Right? How long we have to wait?
It is sailing instructions usually say. Sailing instruction would say, and I would advise sailors not to go away before the information is up. And that information is usually half an hour after. That's a common practice. I mean, a long distance race around the Atlantic, that's something completely different without in that. And it's a big paragraph probably. But in now normal racing, it's usually half an hour. So I would not advise coach or sailors go away before that half an hour expires, that they would find themselves on the board which one we are involved in, right? But there is no reason from the race office not to accept protests that are lodged after time limit. Even after this half an hour passes, always later, doesn't really matter, because the only body that can decide whether this is valid or not, and if there is any good reason to extend the protest time limit, is the jury, nobody else. So all the papers coming in the race office should be accepted and given to the body that needs to deal with it. Okay? Thank you very much. I think that now Kostas will tell us that this is...
Yes, let's go for a break.
So we will continue with those questions later then. Thank you very much. 10
Thank
minutes.
you, Neven.
Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, και τώρα θα περάσουμε σε ένα 10 λεπτό διάλειμμα. Στο βίντεο αυτό θα παρακολουθήσουμε τις κατηγορίες Ολυμπιακών σκαφών και ανάπτυξης. Αξίζει πραγματικά να τις θυμηθούμε. Εντυπωσιακά πλάνα, με το 90% από αυτά να προέρχονται από το Athens International Sailing Week. Ας τα απολαύσουμε.
that race.
So here we go, attempt number 2 to get this race away.
Και τώρα θα συνεχίσουμε με πλάνα από το Παγκόσμιο Πρωτάθλημα στο Άρχους 2018 και την κλάση Laser Standard.
4-4-3-5 is our overall leader. He's the man to look out for. And he's sitting somewhere in the middle of that line right now.
So was a U flag?
It looked
So
quite clear to me.
It looked like a clean start. We'll confirm in a moment. But we've got Britain and the German and the Italian closest to us making inroads into the fleet. Marco Gallo of Italy. But what a mess there. Right. We'll see him jump up quite a few places. As we're going to see the overall leader, Sam Meach and Luke Elliott, drop plenty of places as well because they're having a disastrous race at the moment. But this is our second place German, Philipp Bull. Again, he's got a comfortable advantage over Matt Wern at the moment as things stand. You can see the German coming up to the mark and the distance back to third place.
Yeah, so Matt was on the outside, but he came back and jibed right on the inside. So I'm pretty sure that he will keep the lead and round in third. It was a bit of a cat and mouse game between them, and Charlie had the inside advantage, but Matt Wern...
Neven, are you back?
Yeah.
There's a question on the chat. If you can read it.
Many of them. Thank you. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's start.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
Start,
right.
please.
Yeah. Do we have any more questions from you, Kosmatopoulos?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So the next one, I have a line of questions here. And some of them I would answer immediately, and some of them I would connect to the later times, because we will have some topics that are grouped around things that you initiated at the moment. So one is description of the incident without a diagram, question mark, from Dimitria. Yeah, in order of sort of security, description in words, diagram, and then a rule number only. I'm talking only. If you only do the only one of 3. The last one is a tricky one, and it may not fly, but the description in the words would be fine alone. And I would think description within diagram would be fine as well. If they use web applications like Racing Rules of Sailing or some other, do we comply with Rule 61.2 as the meaning writing is changed? Absolutely yes. And we do use these things a lot nowadays, especially this Racing Rules of Sailing program. Many events, even World Championships would. What?
I mean, there is no need anymore to fill a written form if you use only web application.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's fine. Because it is in the sailing instructions. I've been now to many events, even at the World Championships, that we use this, and then this clicking into your mobile phone will be already described. Yeah. So actually, to answer better question to Dimitri, actually texting itself is already incident described in it, okay? Because all this rest of the identity and stuff, it's already in, because you are texting from your mobile that is registered, so you are already identified who you are. So part of the job is already done, provided you know.
Mr. Baran, a small question again. If it's not written in the sailing instructions that we're going to use this web application, then should we provide a written form after we use this, or it's okay to use the web?
It all depends on the organizer. I've been to events where we would encourage using of the electronic system, and we would not require any paper. We would just issue our own paper with verdict, with the details of protest, what happened, and decision. facts found, conclusion, and decision, that paper we would issue. In electronic form as well. In the paper form also, if the party requires it. So that was one of the ways doing it. But some events, because it is, let's say, sort of newish, allow and give the possibility of going two ways. So you either do it electronically or you do it with the paper, and both of them will be legal. So all be fine.
Okay.
Because that's in
All
selling
right. Thank you very much.
written. Yeah. I mean, by modern times, of course, we are shifting to the different. Now, you see what we're doing now. I'm not there with you. I'm just talking you from distance. So modern technology, we are just adopting, of course, as long as they are fitting into the principles. And the principle is that if you have an incident, you need to be heard. And that's important thing. And if that incident involves something bigger, like a damage or injury or something else, even if there is no formalities that are fully fulfilled, then still the protest committee has a chance to fix it because it needs to be dealt with. So that's a principle, right? Okay, the next question here.
Sorry, can I ask about the web application? You can use it only if this regatta uses the app, not at every place we go, right?
Yeah, it all depends on the organizer. Some organizers would not do it. Some organizers will embrace it. I've been to the Euromed in Malta just last October, and they use it, and everything was on the screen. Was fantastic. But people were still using paper as well, some of them. And you need to allow it because not everybody is practical with this. So we cannot just shift fully on one side at this moment. Probably in the future, there will be no other way but this. You know, some people are already born that internet existed. And they are now already in very adult age, right? The internet is in place for 30 years. So there are people that never seen a world without internet, like me. I did. Thank you for the question. Is it okay? Any more? Okay, next question I have seen here is Desponia wants to talk about Black Flag and about that kind of incident, what would incur. I would rather have this example to discussion when we hit the red dress part of it. So I will come back to that one. I will put it in red. And a question one from her as well. It's all about redress. So I would, if you allow me, Desponia, I will answer it when we talk about redress, if that's okay. And then Adriana also added something. And I will address it all together. And let's put it in. All right, offshore keelboat. What is the next one? Alexandros.
Alexandros, are you online?
Yeah. It's what may be a good reason for a committee to extend the protest time limit or even to just accept a protest if the time limit is passed? And what about both certificate technical irregularities that protester confirms hours later? This is all dealt with the rules. There are several questions here, Alexandros, and we will be dealing with them through the presentations further on. But briefly, I can answer one thing. The good reason for committee to extend the protest time limit is within them. So they decide whether they want to extend time or not. What rule is actually saying is that if there is a good reason, they establish there is a good reason, then they shall extend it. So that word shall is important. Once they decide it is a good reason, then they shall extend that time. All right, so it's not just maybe. Once you need to decide whether it is a good reason. If it is, then it shall be extended. There's no way otherwise. extend time limit or accept the protest, that is the same time. Protest will be valid provided the protest time limit is extended, and that's acceptance by itself, or the protest is within the time limit. So this is one of the requirements for the protest to be scheduled and heard. And I cannot say what would be the good. You won't need an example, but we can talk about that in the section of validity. What about certificate technical irregularities? That's exactly written there. How long you need, how long your rules actually allow you to demonstrate that your boat is complying with the rule, and how long you will be given to present your certificates and documents. And after such time given by the rules, you will be then erased from the event. And then there is another question about Stavros, about Q&A, about jurisdiction of the PC extended even after the event is over. It will be dealt later on with. Thank you very much. So I would continue now. Are you happy now? Alexandros? Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we will come back to those, and you will have more answers to details. All right, so protest. Who can protest? Boat can protest, race committee can protest, and technical committee can protest. And that's it. That's what rule provides. There is nothing else. And who? Against the boat. Protest is always against the boat. There are validity issues that we are talking about, and in Rule 60 is talking about validity in a way that protest on the water needs to be heard. No, hailed, correct? So there is a hail. Flag, maybe. If you are shorter than 6 meters boat, no. So some boats yes, some boats no. And need to be informed. So the guy need to be informed about it, especially if there is such incident that actually the incident happened and the boats disappeared from each other quite quickly. So there was no time to hail even. So that is provided in Rule 61. So you can read, and you know that already. So all the juries are asking that at the beginning of the hearing. We will pass that later on. Race committee, technical committee, and protest committee may not protest the boat based on information contained in an invalid protest or found in the request for redress. That's limitations in those rules. You can read it in 60. However, the protest committee may protest the boat from information from any source if the incident may have resulted in injury or serious damage. And I would underline this detail, may have resulted. So it is up to the protest committee to decide whether that incident may have resulted in injury or serious damage. It does not mean that it happened. So for them is to evaluate whether it was dangerous. So if it was dangerous for them enough that they would go into matter even if they got information from an invalid protest or in request for redress. So that's a single way out for in some cases that the only protest committee can decide whether or not. So it's always worth hoping that the incident, so there must be within the rules, there must be a avenue out of some cases that are particular because in sailing we have an incident, we cannot freeze all the boats in a place and then wait for the police to come and measure the distances and times and stuff, because we are moving. So that environment also creates problems that need some avenue of dealing with such a rule fix, like a protest committee can go into the matter if that requirement is met, which is that the incident may have resulted in injury or serious damage. All right, because we want to avoid that. What about protest lodged? For example, it is lodged and then a sailor wants to withdraw the protest. Withdrawal is allowed and withdrawal can be given, but not by itself. It's not that you just come with the paper in and then later on you say, I don't want it, and that you will be automatically granted the withdrawal because you decided. What are the reasons you would allow? What are the reasons that the protest committee is the only body that can allow the withdrawal? And the protest committee will allow withdrawal if the protest is, I don't know, for example, clearly invalid, or arbitration. It could be the arbitration was used, because some classes have the arbitration process before the hearings. So if the result of arbitration is such that does not require any further hearing, then the protest would be withdrawn. And even Appendix Tango talks about it, that the protestor that is satisfied with the decision of the arbitrator then is obliged to withdraw the protest. That is automatically. Or the protest committee can see from the incident that no rule was broken, so withdrawal could be, of course, automatically, will be granted. Or that somebody took a penalty, right? So somebody could have taken a penalty, and that incident would be then closed, and that protest committee can say, fine, withdraw it. Well, it may not be withdrawn if there was a contact other than incidental, or something that it is major, that's a significant contact, may not. Protest committee would say, when significant advantage might have been gained, also protests may not be withdrawn automatically. Protest committee will not allow it. Or there is maybe another protest pending that is for the same incident. So then the protest would not be withdrawn, because then it would be congregated together, heard all together with the other protests, so all people together. Or maybe sometimes happens that protest committee gets to know that the pressure was established over the protestor to withdraw the protest. So that would be something that is close to an unsportsmanlike behavior that should have been dealt with. So then protest committee may say, no, we want to hear it. So that's, the reason, prize giving is coming, and the time pressure, it's not a good reason to withdraw. But usually protests are allowed to be withdrawn by the protest committees. It's not really an unknown practice. If the protest, we were talking about representative, right? A protestor can allow a representative of him to come to the protest hearing, and that protest hearing then would be heard without the sailor himself. But the rule says that the protestor shall be the party, correct me, the party that was on board when the rule of part 2 were involved, should be representing the boat, unless the jury then allows the representative to attend. And the reasons why would be a good reason to change the representative in those cases would be something extraordinary, perhaps the injured person or some other urgency. And in those cases, protest committee may allow, but usually very unlikely that the part 2 rule breach of a part 2 rule would be allowed representative, unless there is something as a good reason, as I say. So that's the attendance for the hearing. So after the protest is then scheduled, attendance to the hearing should be by the parties that were on board if the incident was involving part 2 rules. Of course, if it is redress or something else, then it may not be. But let's see what the rule exactly says. A representative of each party to the hearing has the right to be present throughout the hearing of all the evidence when a protest claims a breach of rule of part 2, 3, or 4. The representative of both shall have been on board at the time of the incident, unless there is a good reason for the protest committee to rule otherwise. Any witness other than a member of the protest committee shall be excluded except when giving evidence. So that's important, because witness is only allowed there when it gives evidence. Okay, attendance to the hearing, that's we passed. If you have questions, just type it in and we will go along and answer. What if we have people that do not attend hearings? So they just ignore. You put your paper in and you are, hypothetically, let's say it is the extreme case when I said that you just lodged your paper in and your paper actually say only incident. And in that incident you said, well, there was a collision and half of my boat is sunk, or my boat sunk, and that's it, and nothing else. And there is no, and you are unable to attend because you might have been at that moment taken to the hospital and there is nobody else because unknown reasons. So nobody is attending the hearing. What the jury, what the race committee will do, the race committee will do and will put this case on hold until unknown details are known to proceed. But let's say your protest was fine, but you simply did not attend. Will then the protest committee continue? And the rule is clear. If the party is not present, the protest committee can carry on with the hearing. So the evidence, if the party decides not to defend himself or bring any extra evidence or witnesses, that's their choice and right. So if the party believes everything what was written was enough for jury to consider and rule it, that's fine with her and that's her decision, her right. So the protest committee will go without that party. What about the other party? Nobody turns up. Would the protest committee still hear it? And again, I see no burden. Why not? There is a protest, there is some description, and according to that description, if the details in this rule 61.2 are met, we can deal with and make a decision. Decision could be anything. Dismiss, could be disqualification, could be any measure for one or both votes, for one that is protested or the one that protested. The protester could be also disqualified in its own protest. That's not an impossibility because it could be discovered that he actually broke the rule. Anyway, so absent parties would be treated like they are there. They decided not to come, fine. What protest committees usually do, they would not rush into the hearing without parties because it may happen that there is a good reason why the parties were prevented of coming. So they would then, in order to save time and not to create further problems, because if there is a good reason discovered later, then that hearing should be then again repeated, and it's worth an effort to find the party. If it is not possible, the hearing will go with one party or no parties at all. Okay, questions, we'll see later. Then we have also some other people that might attend the hearing that are observers, and it is very popular, especially with the classes of younger sailors, where they need and feel comfort of their own parents or coaches in the room when they are defending their case. And of course, it is also useful because then the coaches can learn of the behavior and give advices later because they would have a different pair of eyes on the procedure that was in front of the trainee. So observers, of course, could be club members, other sailors, parents, coaches, press. But it is important to know that whoever is observer cannot be later witness. So party that decides that someone needs to be witness, if it wants to be an observer, you better not to be because observers are staying in the room during the whole evidence giving, not during the deliberation of the protest committee, of course, and then they would then gather information that would have been then problematic if they would be called as a witness later. So it's a decision of the party whether who would be observer. What is the very fashionable nowadays is that all the juries would allow observers. There is nothing to hide, and everybody is learning. And it is giving to some sailors extra comfort to go through that bothersome process sometimes, especially with juniors, because they may feel intimidated by this group of people. I remember once I was in a room with the World Championship of Optimist class in Cape Town many years ago, and we were jury of 10 people, and we were sitting all in a row on as usual, you know, table, and it was a big room that actually door was quite far away. And then I was thinking, poor optimist boy or girl that's coming through that door, walking to that huge wall of people looking at it. So it is intimidating. So these practices nowadays are more friendly, and we are trying to accommodate the sailor, which is right. And the principle is judges are not there to be inquisitors. They are a service. Of course, service should not be abused, and sailors needs to employ a certain degree of respectful behavior. But basically, race committee and all these officials around the event are service to the sport, and they should be treated that way. So what they do is to the benefit of the sport itself, irrespectively who are the sailors, who are the competitors, parents, and so on. Anyway, and world sailing is actually taking this as a good practice to have observers. Rules for observers are also handed to observers. Coaches usually are observers, and that's very important for the sport, we all believe. And they are given the paper to sign even. That paper would contain something like no recording, would contain no mobile phoning, no disturbance of any outside, and no eye contact with the sailor to make mimics and advices, and silence, of course. And they would sign that paper. They would happily say, sitting there, and then they will report to their sailors what they learned from the process. So there are restrictions on observers in some kind of hearings where that could be intimidating to the parties. Some of the very delicate hearings that are involving celebrities, or maybe sometimes safety, security, or sometimes delicate matter like 69er or misconduct allegations. And it's always jury to decide at the end whether to allow or not observers. And sometimes it could be just trivial reasons why not to allow, because if it is such a small room that nobody can breathe in it, so it may not be even acceptable by physical reasons. But basically, 99% of the cases, observers will be allowed, and probably adequate facilities will be at hand at the event. All right, so protest procedure, how it goes, probably you're all familiar with, but I will repeat it just for sake of refreshing our mind. And if there is some details that comes from your experience, you kick in back and we can discuss it. So usually at the beginning of the hearings, we introduce each other so that everybody knows who is who. Why that is important? Because some of the parties can say, well, I don't think that gentleman or lady should be in the jury because she is the mother or father, or is having a conflict of interest with protestee who I'm protesting against. So we need to introduce each other, of course. That's one of the reasons. But anyway, the parties need to introduce themselves. So if the jury first introduces itself, there is also conflict of interest remark, if anybody has it. And if there is a remark from the parties that the composition of that protest committee is questionable because of the conflict of interest, then the jury would ask everybody to go out, and jury among themselves will discuss that objection. And if the objection is accepted, the jury will claim everybody in, call everybody in, and they will say, yeah, we will accept your your objection, and that person will be then excused from the jury. If not, if the jury considers that objection, that kind of objection that is given, not immaterial, then they will say, no, we will consider this jury without any conflict of interest or minor conflict of interest, that we would not sacrifice a jury member from the board, and will continue. And that is the final thing. That cannot be later on revisited during the hearing. Once we decided that this objection has been resolved, one or the other way, this is end of it. If, as I said before, you can write your protest in English or in Greek or in Hindi or whatever, you are allowed to do that. And of course, you are allowed, any protester or protestee is allowed to have an interpreter or translator. What is the common practice is whenever we have a protest committee member that speaks the language, then we would help it. But many times happens that the translators would even be called in, even if the jury, some of the juries know the language, because that would be easier for the jury because they will concentrate on the case and they would, in a way, control translation as well. Sometimes people are wandering into explanations rather than translating word by word, and they're usually warned by the jury. What we then address is the validity. Validity goes into whether the validity requirements were met under the rule of showing the flag, if necessary, hailing, informing the other boat, and so on and so forth. Once this is resolved, then there is no revisiting. Once the validity is finished, sometimes happens that people would argue, yes, later on when we hear all the story, yes, but he did not tell me. Once we finished with validity at the beginning, that is, I'm afraid, it. So important for the protest committee perhaps is that the parties are aware of the incident, that they know the incident happened to both of them. In that context, when we say that where and when the incident happened could have been during the hearing corrected. Let's say protestor believes that the incident happened in race 2, and then all of a sudden realizes, wow, that's not race 2, it's race 4 actually. And then that thing actually could have been, with the new rule book, can be changed. Before it was not able to be changed. So that's why we have that requirement now requested, moved into the hearing, before the hearing. So if we do, even during the hearing, because you realize that incident was actually not race 2 but race 4, then what is happening? The jury, the protest committee would then ask the protestee to have, if he needs a time to prepare himself, because it's a new moment, a whereabouts of the incident, and then they will adjourn. They will just tell, okay, guys, we can hear you later if you need any extra time. But if protestee says, no, fine, it was race 4, I understand, no problem, the hearing could continue. But the protest committee needs to give that time for preparing if the whereabouts of incident, time of the incident is changed during that process. Okay, validity once gone, we know that protest story need to be here first. Then we go with the protestee story, so we hear one and another, and then they question each other. You've been to that process, I hope. And then we have evidence to be heard. Evidence in form of what? Witness saying something, could be a written evidence. Some witnesses can write down something and then send it to the protest committee so we can read. So there is no need to witness to come if he does not wish to do so. Of course, the parties need to agree that this should be taken into consideration because they give up their chance to question the witness. All right? So anyway, the witness needs to be heard, and the protestor brings his witnesses first, those witnesses are questioned first by protestee, then the protestor, and then by the jury. And we go on and on with the witnesses. So how many witnesses the party can bring? Millions, as many as he wants, provided that it does not overload the work. But there is no rule saying nothing about it. So if the protest, the protestor or protestee, if he wants to bring witnesses in, they need to be heard. There will be a certain soft discouragement by the protest committee chairman. If the next witness will tell exactly the same story as the previous one, maybe the party should consider not to bring it in because it will just lengthen time and will not change anything. The new rule book provides a little bit firmer position for the protest committee into that, but not nowadays. Nowadays, everybody needs to be heard unless they are sort of taught out of it by the jury in a sort of courteous maneuver out of piling up more witnesses. I think, Kostas, we are now in the break, right?
Yes, let's go for our last break.
Yeah. We have one more session. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go for break.
I will go through questions now, see if anything happens.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, και τώρα θα περάσουμε στο τέταρτο και τελευταίο μας δεκάλεπτο διάλειμμα. Και τώρα θα παρακολουθήσουμε βίντεο με την Ολυμπιακή μας ομάδα. Η Διεθνής Κλάση Σκαφών 470 πραγματοποίησε σεμινάριο στο Athens International Sailing Center με όλα τα μεγάλα ονόματα της κλάσης. Ας δούμε στιγμιότυπα. Φέτος, για πρώτη φορά, ήρθαν στις εγκαταστάσεις του Athens International Sailing Center αθλητές Optimist από την περιφέρεια. Πραγματοποιήθηκαν συνολικά 3 κάμπ της προεθνικής Optimist με παιδιά από όλη την Ελλάδα.
Θέλω να πεις τι σου έχει κάνει εντύπωση από τα κάμπ εδώ.
Ότι είμαστε πολλά παιδιά βασικά, έχουμε καλούς προπονητές και υπάρχει ανταγωνισμός μεταξύ καλών και άλλων αθλητών που προσπαθούν αρκετά και μαθαίνεις πράγματα αρκετά.
Θέλω να μου πεις αυτά που μάθατε στο κάμπ και στα προηγούμενα κάμπ. Έχεις πάει να τα μεταδώσεις και να τα μάθεις και πίσω στους συναθλητές σου στην Αίγινα?
Ναι, τους τα έχω μάθει και επίσης τους έχω πει ιδιαίτερα για τις ασκήσεις που έχουμε μάθει εδώ στο κάμπ.
Τώρα βρισκόμαστε στο Athens International Sailing Center. Είναι η εγκαταστάση που έχει δημιουργήσει η Ιστιοπλοϊκή Ομοσπονδία. Θέλω να πεις πώς σου φαίνεται το κέντρο μας εδώ?
Είναι πολύ ωραίο και πιστεύω ότι είναι πολύ ωραίο για να φιλοξενήσουμε και παιδιά από άλλες χώρες.
Τι σου έχει κάνει περισσότερη εντύπωση στα κάμπ και τι σου άρεσε περισσότερο?
Αρκετά η θεωρία και το τριμάρισμα που μάθαμε πολλές νέες τακτικές.
Θέλω να μου πεις και στο κάμπ τι είναι αυτό που σου αρέσει πιο πολλά. Είναι το τρίτο πλέον. Τι είναι αυτό έτσι που σου έχει κάνει εντύπωση, που σου αρέσει?
Μου έχει κάνει εντύπωση το πρόγραμμα όταν το είδα, ήταν πολύ οργανωμένο και μου άρεσε έτσι όπως θα
είναι αυτό που σου έχει κάνει περισσότερο εντύπωση, αυτό που σου άρεσε περισσότερο τα κάμπ?
Μ' άρεσε πάρα πολύ η συνεργασία των προπονητών και επίσης μ' άρεσε πως ήταν η προπόνηση μέσα και με άλλα παιδιά και ότι εγώ έμαθα πολλά πράγματα. Κάτι καλύτερο.
Η ομάδα είναι σε πολύ ψηλό επίπεδο και είμαι αισιόδοξος για αυτά που μπορούν να γίνουν στις επόμενες διοργανώσεις. Θα μιλήσουμε για οργάνωση σεζόν, θα μιλήσουμε για στόχους, θα μιλήσουμε για τεχνικές με αέρα, θα κάνουμε διάφορες ασκήσεις εκκίνησης, κάποιες φυσικής κατάστασης και γενικότερα ένα τριήμερο το οποίο ήταν ο σκοπός με όλους τους προπονητές που συμμετέχουν σε αυτό το πρόγραμμα, ο κάθε ένας να παρουσιάσει ένα διαφορετικό αντικείμενο ώστε τα παιδιά να μην είναι παρετά για τα παιδιά και να μπορέσει να εξελιχθούν μέσα σε αυτή τη διαδικασία.
Θέλω να μου πείτε και για ποιους λόγους πιστεύετε ότι είναι χρήσιμα τέτοιου είδους κάμπ για τους αθλητές μας?
Το κάμπ της προεθνικής είναι η πρώτη φορά που διοργανώνονται και θεωρώ ότι είναι μια εξαιρετική ιδέα, διότι δίνει τη δυνατότητα στους αρχικά top αθλητές μας να προπονηθούν όλοι μαζί, να γνωρίσουν ένα τον άλλο, οπότε σε κάποια πιθανή συνύπαρξή τους σε ένα ευρωπαϊκό ή παγκόσμιο θα είναι όλα τα πράγματα πολύ πιο ομαλά. Επίσης τα παιδιά από την περιφέρεια έχουν τη δυνατότητα να κάνουν προπόνηση με τους αθλητές της χώρας μας και αυτά να πάρουν κάποιες ιδέες, να μετρηθούν και να γυρίσουν πίσω και να δουλέψουν και αυτά με τη σειρά τους. Ένα άλλο επίσης σημαντικό πράγμα είναι ότι με αυτές τις προπονήσεις τα παιδιά έρχονται πιο κοντά στην ελληνική Ιστιοπλοϊκή Ομοσπονδία, μπορούν να γνωρίσουν τους ανθρώπους και την νοοτροπία της προεθνικής και της εθνικής ομάδας. Ως τελευταίο θα ήθελα να πω ότι
No, wait, just a minute.
Οι κορυφαίοι προπονητές, Έλληνες προπονητές του τα παιδιά αποκτούν μια οικειότητα με αυτούς τους ανθρώπους, τα οποία μπορούν να τους συναντήσουν σαν προπονητές σε ένα ευρωπαϊκό ή παγκόσμιο.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαστε έτοιμοι να επιστρέψουμε στο τελευταίο μέρος του σεμιναρίου για σήμερα.
So, who actually could we witness I said two things: witness and evidences. So party can bring witnesses. Witnesses could be who? Could be a protest committee, maybe. A person with a conflict of interest, like your mother, why not? Can be. And other thing is that party can bring evidence. Evidence could be what? Video? Video is I want to discuss a little bit more. Photographs, tracking, and I said before, maybe a written evidence that was not just sent by the author, but without presence. Anyway, so videotapes. Videotapes nowadays are very, very common, and the people are bringing them in loads. Whether they are useful, that's another story. Like in any witness also. Sometimes witnesses are repeating the same story, and that actually it looks like sometimes the best witness is completely disinterested pass-buyer, and actually he gives a crucial detail that might reconstruct the whole picture. But nevertheless, that video can be successful. And nowadays we have drones as well, and we have all sorts of evidence that is brought. I was given a question sometimes whether video evidence is allowed. And I discussed with some of my colleagues, and it looks like the right of the party is to bring any evidence it wants, provided that the party is organizing the way how we can see it. It's not that we're going to organize projectors and extra space or something for that performance, but that evidence itself should not be, in my mind, almost not allowed to be denied. Some classes may have this rule in the sailing instructions saying that video evidence will not be accepted. And some of my colleagues believe this is illegal and should not be in sailing instruction. But people live with that. Like we agree with many. I mean, for example, some rules we agree with just because we want. It's a culture of the class itself. So if everybody is happy with that, maybe sometimes even sailors themselves want that because it would trigger unnecessary. Nowadays, under scrutiny is also the drone, because every team has a drone nowadays. So this may be also an issue. I don't know whether you have experience with that, bad or good, share with us. But it is important because usually what we got is the coaches are bringing those videos and they are filming everything. So usually on that video, the crucial moment of the incident disappears. So it is not very, very useful for judges. But many times it is very useful. And angles, and you all know that story, angles and overlaps and distances may be not very precisely given by a video. So there is some research. But the video should have been taken into consideration. The party presents the video and the protestee questions that evidence and, of course, jury. And they may take some facts out of it and decide. Maybe the video could be crucial evidence to decide sometimes. It differs. But be nice to discuss it with you. The second thing that is nowadays very popular is tracking. And tracking is a tricky one because tracking, to my experience, it is either than telling you that the boat was there, it's not much information you can get it to really have a quality protest committee decision. Because the precision of those, unless it is at the very highest level, like America's Cup, you can't get really distances and details that would matter in the incident. I mean, in the hearing itself. But people do that, and people bring those trackings as something that is worth looking at, and we do look at it. Whether we can conclude something from it, it is another story. So these are all accepted things nowadays. We will discuss this later because it will be whether that video becomes available later and so on when we have a reopening stuff. After all this is exhausted, those witnesses and evidences, and they are all questioned by the jury, it comes a time when the jury will ask parties finally. And you will all often find that protest committees are silent, not asking many questions during all this procedure, because, one more thing, protest committee, I mentioned before, protest committee members can be witnesses, and then during the hearing, even sometimes you may find that when protest committee member realizes that he might have seen the incident, then that jury member will declare it. And when he declares it, he will then act as any other witness, come on the other side of the table, and then he will be questioned by protestor and protestee equally. Sometimes, even in advance, protestor puts the jury as a witness because he's seen him on the water. Anyway, that's it. So once we exhaust all these evidences and witnesses, then the protest committee members will ask questions, but they will be usually not asking many questions because during all this evidence taking and witnessing hearing, there will be enough details to reconstruct in their mind what most probably happened. And they will decide on that merit, what most probably happened. That would be what is important for you to know, and you coaches probably know, it is not what really happened on the water. It is what we have heard inside that room that matters. And the jury takes evidence and details of the incident from that, what is said inside the room. So often people may be disappointed because what was said and how the case was presented by the parties would actually be detrimental for the issue, for the outcome. And then they may say, well, this is not really what really happened, not in their mind. So the witnessing of one or the other aspect of it's not that anybody is telling lies, it is that everyone has its own eyes and he has seen the incident by his own eyes. It depends how it is presented to that body of people that needs to draw out some facts that can reconstruct a conclusion and that would lead to a decision. So it is the principle of probability, what most probably happened. Not it is that beyond doubt, it is what most probably happened would be a way of how the jury will deal with that. It's a different when we have a misconduct and other hearings like we will address tomorrow. It's a different level of proof, but this proof is just for the normal incidents like we have on the race course. After all this exhausted is, then the parties are asked to give a final statement. That final statement would usually be something repeating all the story we have heard already for 1 hour. This is exactly what I would urge you coaches to teach your kids not to do. It is important to draw attention to the protest committee by the parties, what we have learned from that very hearing, details that would support your case. That would be something that is good. Otherwise, there's nothing else to say because everything was said already. So jury will take all this into consideration. But drawing attention, why would the jury should decide in my favor are given by support of evidence given during that hearing. If the protestor or protestee actually can extract those details, this is the perfect hearing then. And this would be a good outcome for them as well. And it gives a good impression as well. All right, after that, the jury deliberates and goes away. Sends everybody away and then decides among themselves. They filter everything and they come up they establish some facts, they establish conclusion out of those facts, and then they give decision that leads from those conclusions. Sometimes jury would ask back again parties in if some details are unclear for them or some things are missing. In that case, again, parties will be given equal share of presence and questioning. So everybody will be will be represented. All the observers will come in, everybody in those cases. And then when the jury picks up the detail they wanted to know, they will release again the people and then will decide the case. Any questions to that one? Not yet.
No questions.
Okay. So what decision could be? Decision could be from the jury that either rule is not broken. It's important to say that the jury would put the rule on its own. It may not be the rule that the parties were citing. It could be completely different, that parties may have not even have in mind, because interactions and, you know, as we decided yesterday, discussed yesterday, the rules are transiting from one to another boat, and there are zones within those that the sailor may not have a perfect recollection of very detailed. And those very details will be established by the process committee, so they will give a rule number as they seem fit. The jury will, of course, apportion a penalty, which would be normally the SQ, unless there is another penalty that applies by the same jury, which would be some discretionary penalties or points or similar stuff. Could be the whole list. Some classes have also the list of penalties that would be given points-wise by, I mean, the nature of the breach, like there is no paddle in the Optimist, so that's dot points or something else if required. And there could be some automatic penalties by the race committee, which are not dealt by the jury. So the only one that jury would do would be those discretionary penalties, but they would be informed and listed well in advance to the sailors and to the participants before the event starts. Olympic events have this very well done, and it's available on the website. I think it's maybe worthwhile to look at it. We will talk about these discretionary penalties tomorrow when we talk about the supporting persons, that you are actually making big part of it. And there are some consequences in those DPIs for coaches or support person. There may be some exceptions where the rule will be broken, but there will be no consequence, like when the boats are not racing, there may not be a penalty, but there may be other consequences. Maybe Rule 14 would be boat would be exonerated for Rule 14 because there is no damage, but there is a contact but no damage. There might be other penalties from sailing instructions that, as I said before, the jury would apply. Or would be any exoneration we discussed yesterday under 21 when the boat was sailing within the room or mark room that was entitled to. So it could be some exonerations that would be actually part of the decision of the jury. And that would be it. Usually what happens, and I would urge you to do that, if there is any unclarity with the jury decisions to you, and coaches usually come and ask, but the sailors as well, it is good to discuss with them, but do not press on them immediately after the decision is made, because these guys are busy with all other protests. But find a way and talk to them later and discuss the matter in deep for the details that you were not familiar with or not happy with. And it may happen that you are unhappy with the decision and that there are some other circumstances that would justify reopening. We will talk about it later. And that's all legal, so you have your route through how to get justice done for you. If it is a protest committee decision, is appealable, of course, to the national authority. If it is not, then it is final, and that would be also declared at the very beginning of the hearing. Okay. Let me see. Somebody yesterday was asking about damage, because during that hearing could be established the damage occurred. And there is difference with the damage, because the rule 14 says damage. If damage occurs, automatically rule is broken. All right? And the question was, what is serious damage, what is damage? And I will usually joke with students saying that the damage is when I damage your boat, and the serious damage is when you damage my boat. But there is no clear cut what damage is. I would recall there is a case, and we can go through that one now, that says about it something. I would take it over. Let me see, I have a note here. It's case. Let me see what I could do. Case 19. So we go with the case 19. I will open it for you here. And I remember it used to be quite longer case, but nowadays it's quite short. But it's still telling. I hope the casebook is in front of you. So now I think for the casebook will not work.
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. So let me see if I can find 19. Oh, my goodness, it does not work. Okay, so it's a long document. The casebook is thick book. All right, I will scroll to 19 now. Case 19. Interpretation of term damage. See, a lot of rules are dealing with damage. Part 2, 14b, 36b, 44.1b, 63a1, 61, 62, 63.5, 64.3, many. So damage is everywhere, but where is what it is? And it says here, interpretation of term damage. Question, is there a special meaning of damage in the racing rules? So the answer is no, it is not possible to define damage comprehensively, but one current English dictionary says harm impairing the value or usefulness of something. So that's all. This definition suggests questions to consider, which are, was the current market value of any part of the boat or of the boat as a whole diminished? That would say damage, right? Was any item of the boat or her equipment made less functional? If those two, diminished and less functional, are a case, then it is a damage. And that goes with the 14. There was some time before that I remember that someone was arguing, and there was that damage was serious if it is 1% of value of the boat. But then let's define the value of the boat then. And anyway, that's abandoned. So the only thing that we can hang on is this. There's nothing else we can think of damage. All right, so 14b talks about damage, but 44.1 penalties talks about what? Serious damage, right? Or damage. Let me see the book, 44. Always open the book. Okay, let's say 44.1b says, I hope you have a book in front of you. However, if the boat caused injury or serious damage, or despite taking a penalty gained a significant advantage in the race or series by her breach, her penalty shall be to retire. So as soon as the boat realizes that it has caused a serious damage, then it shall retire. And it cannot be penalized any further if she retires. But what if the boat does not retire and insists on not retiring? Then the jury may decide to upgrade the penalty, not just DSQ or the same points and retirement, but maybe D&E even, right? So it varies. It can be a case. So the right to protest, if there is a damage, and the jury believes the damage could have, as I discussed before, the damage could have occurred, then the protest committee can act also under that. All right. So I urge you to go through these, and if you have any questions later, we can discuss in particular. It's a cloud of rules and lots of rules, not many time. Okay.
There is a question from Nikolaos to chat.
Thank you. Nikolaos. Chat. 10 minutes before preparatory signal, big crash and damage to the boat with right-of-way. The right-of-way boat can't sail the race. The other boat is obliged to retire after racing. There is a protest. Will the jury open the case? Ah, okay. 10 minutes before preparatory, big crash and damage to the... Perhaps yes. But why you think that the boat would not protest himself? The right-of-way boat. Nikolaos, can you speak?
Yes, I can speak, yes.
Yeah. Tell me why you think that the boat itself will not protest.
He will protest.
Yeah.
But the right-of-way boat, I mean, 10 minutes before preparatory, there is a crash.
Yeah.
The right-of-way boat will protest. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The other boat is obliged to retire.
Ah, this is your question. Perhaps later on would, yeah, because that, okay, let me read. However, if the boat causes injury or serious damage, despite taking a penalty, gain the signal in the race or series by her breach, her penalty shall be to retire. Yeah, I would think yes. But I have a slight doubt. I want to go into detail a little bit more because I want to read the preamble as well. I'm inclined to say yes to this question. But okay. What this is also touches, your question touches also the principle of redress, because that boat, even not racing yet, would have been probably allowed to get a redress because of the damage. So it's a complex case, which is nice. Thank you very much for question. We will discuss it on redress as well.
Okay.
Stavros talks about damage. The case 19 refers to any part of the boat made less functional. Thus, the term boat is the same as the one defined in the Racing Rules of Sailing book as the boat and the crew on board. That's a very good question. I'm not sure that I have a good answer to that. And I would actually ask my peers to comment. I would forward it forward. I think yes, because let me see the case. Well, the case is not a rule, and case gives a light on aspect of the problem. And let me see the case itself. Does it talk injury? Probably does not recall the injury. And the problem with the body with the sailor, it's not just. You don't need serious injury. You need just injury to be then under this damage. And I think yes. Let me see. There are other questions about this terminology bit. Boat. A sailboat and the crew on board. I would say yes. So, if that satisfies you, but I will go into that question also. It's very interesting. Thank you for giving it. Perfect. All right, serious damage. What we know about serious damage? We need a serious impairment of the boat. I don't know what to give you as an example to serious damage. Like, I don't know, the boat capsizes and loses the tiller and cannot continue the race. Perhaps that's already serious enough, right? Don't know. So serious damage is the water comes in, so you cannot continue and so on. So, all right. So, was the repair of the damage very high? Those guys that that are involved in the match racing and maybe in the fleet racing as well, umpired fleet racing. Maybe you are aware of the potential problem with the damage because the boats are supplied by the organizer. So when the boats are supplied by the organizer, then we need an extra care and eye onto those boats to to stay alive until the end of the event. If we damage them at the first day, there will be no competition. So match race also is discovered, put in formally the level of damages like A, B, C, and those would have a description of whether A would be a minor something gel coat touch that would require a certain amount of hours to repair, and the B would be something more than that, and that would be then linked to penalties in points, and the sailors that are involved in creating those damages would be then suffering the points as well. Apart from that, they would then be liable as well for the fixing that damage financially or to repair it. So it would be the burden of their deposits as well. It's important to say about the damages that the jury will not apportion the amount of guilt based on damage. Damage is something that if there is a serious damage, like really mast is down or something, people may end up even in the court. But that part we do not do. The racing rules only deal with the racing rules of sailing. In the normal court, if there is an accident that has damage involved, the apportion of the guilt for it would be apportioned by percentage. So there will be no surprise that if our rules would tell one boat is penalized for breaking of rule 14, damage occurred, that the same case in the court would actually be dealt differently, and that even the other guy would be given financial burden extra to, even if he was declared not guilty under our rules. And we do not care about that, and we do not give even opinions of it. This is no work for the jury. This is a sport rule. We accepted those rules as they are, and if the parties are arguing about damage somewhere later, this is something that is not beyond our control. Some national federations, like Italy, I think, America, or some others, also have some extra details about how the damage is dealt with, and they sort of explicitly say there is no jurisdiction of a portion of the damage, and this is left to other civil court dealings. So market value significantly diminished. It's perhaps serious damage, and important is to say that the party, one of the sailors that actually caused the serious damage, may not be aware at the time of the incident. So he might be even during the hearing, realizing, oh, but this is serious damage. Please, gentlemen, I will retire, not to risk any further sanctions, because those could be then more severe and upgraded. We have another theoretical question. The rules are extremely complicated for kids up to 17 years old. Shouldn't word sailing simplify them up to this age? Sometimes we see even jury members in these level championships that don't know the rules if we go to difficult cases. I really sympathize with what you said. And one could argue even that the rules themselves are too complicated, and there should be. We had a great attempt in 1997 to simplify the rules. Now we have what we have, and there is some attempt on the world sailing to issue sort of different approach. I mean, there was some attempt, whether they were successful yet, I don't know, to make sort of a set that would be acceptable for the sort of lower or basic grade of sailing that would help how to deal with cases. I don't know how far they got, but there is some attempt on doing that. So good to mention it. Let me finalize this damage, and then we can conclude this and maybe come to reopening. All right, so that's nothing more I would say about the damage then, unless you have a question. There's a big issue. If you want me, I can prepare the table, the grid from match racing, that you can see maybe how they deal with it. Maybe that's a good one. I can put a note and I will send it to you. Okay. Before I mentioned that party may not be happy with decision. That's not the only, that's not the reason, that sentiment is not a reason to reopen the hearing, all right? So someone can ask for reopening the hearing because decision may not be satisfactory for other reasons. And one of the reasons would be that there is a mistake. And the mistake can happen. We are all humans. And who can request the reopening? Reopening can request the jury itself, because the jury itself may be uncomfortable with the decision because they found out after that they made a mistake, either in procedure or in making a decision itself. Maybe they made wrong sequence, something wrong, and they are all allowed to do that. What about the party? So if the reopening is happening, the jury will just come, ask all the parties come back, and then the parties will be reheard and jury will explain what is the problem. But the party, if the party wants reopening, the party needs to, what the rule says, let's open 66. And 66 is saying, the protest committee may reopen a hearing when it decides that it may have significant error. So important word here is significant. If it is minor error, it's not worth a pain. But if it is significant error, that would change something significantly, that would make result different or to that extent, then of course, may reopen a hearing when it decides that it may have made a significant error or when significant new evidence becomes available within a reasonable time. So this may be initiated by the jury themselves, or it shall reopen a hearing when required by the national authority, and so on and so forth. So if the party wants to reopen it, then there are some timing in it. So it is usually 24 hours, but if you have only 3 days event, the first day, if you have a hearing and there is a decision, you have 24 hours until the next day, right? But if it is then a second day, which is the second day, one before last, day before last, then you don't have any more 24 hours, because the rule says here you will have time until the next day protest time limit. That would be the last day. And then on the last day, there will be no more time. Who will wait 24 hours later to have a reopening? So you will be given only half an hour after that decision was made to ask for your reopening. But if the party wants to reopen, the party needs to bring and to explain the jury and the protest committee what was the new evidence that was not available at the time of the hearing. The important bit is that the party needs to bring the evidence that was not available to her and needs to be significant. So not available and needs to be bring in a reasonable time, because we will not wait last day, next 24 hours to bring the new evidence. It will be 30 minutes and that will be end of it. So if that thing is then brought, the jury will discuss with the party whether that is the significant new evidence not available at the time. Party needs to explain, and then the jury gives the answer, yes or no, we will reopening. And then it is a clause here saying when a hearing is reopened, a majority of the member of the protest committee shall be possible members of the original protest, because they are acquainted with the issue, so they will be easy to manage. Any questions on reopening? You might have some experience with that, right? Okay, if none, we will go now with the redress, because we will not finish redress tonight. Perhaps, I don't know what timing is, but we will start with it. And there are some valuable questions that we will answer to do in the process of that. I hope you are guys not too late. It's very late in Athens, perhaps, but not. I have a time difference in favor. All right, so redress. It is very interesting that redress is one of the things that are disputed, and many, like you maybe know, with the medal racing, the redress is quite switched off, and there is only one case of potentially that redress could be given in a medal race, is when outside help was given by the party, and that's the only case. Otherwise, if someone damages your boat, if something goes wrong and the race committee makes an error, or everything is just switched off. So there are arguments whether this should be in general allowed or not, but we still have this interim because sailing is such a sport that things can go wrong, not by your own fault, and that's why redress is allowed. The very important bit of redress is that it must not be a fault of sailor. Through no fault of her own. If there is a little fault on her own, there is a risk protest request may not be successful. And there must be what? There must be, let's read the rule exactly. It says, for several reasons. So that no bother asking for redress if that's not the case, because it's lots of time. And the redress cases are usually very long because it involves a lot of details and technical details and damages usually, and fixing results. And if the race committee has made an error, it could be calling all the parties together, the whole fleet, and sometimes, and it's bothersome. But request for redress or protest committee's decision redress shall be based on a claim or possibility that both score or place in the race or series has been or may be, through no fault of her own, made significantly worse, first, by an improper action or omission of the race committee, protest committee, organizing authority, or technical committee, for the bet, but not by the protest committee decision when the boat was a party to the hearing. Of course, you cannot. Protest committee gives a redress decision, and that's it. So you cannot be okay. So improper action or omission of the protest committee made significantly worse. So what we say, it may be an improper action or omission of the race committee, but there may not be impact on significance of your to result. So then think about it. Of course, when a sailor comes, and coaches are usually coming with video evidences that somebody was not over. OCS is one of the most common reasons for asking for redress. And my advice to you guys as a coaches is we usually issue sort of policies of the jury policies. I will put this down as well, on how the protest committees work. So in those cases when especially race committees involved with the OCS cases, it is the party that needs to convince or demonstrate to jury that the race committee made an error. It is not that the race committee needs to defend itself, because it is presumed that if they have their procedures done properly, that would be fine for the jury. That's why we have also the scoring inquirement instrument before even it comes to the jury for the OCS especially, because the parties and the race committee can go through the procedural matters, whether how this guy was picked up, go through the tapes, go through the videos, or any other evidence that the race committee has at disposal, pass through them, and then may come to decision that the score would be then even changed. If the race committee admits that there might have been some errors. Error could be just wrong number picked, because in that congestion starting line, you may find boats difficult, lasers, for example, good Lord, or some other stuff, colors, or anyway. So in those cases, there is a step before you come to the protest committee, because it could be resolved before all it starts. If the race committee insists that there is no evidence that that OCS is wrong, then of course the party has right and has asked for a redress by the race committee, by the protest committee, absolutely. But if the race committee follows all the procedures and it does not admit its own error, I tell you honestly, there's slim chance of winning those. A simple reason is because a race committee is a body that actually cites the line for everybody the same. Nobody is special on that line for the race committee. So they are the best witness of the line. So if they are absolutely that certain that it is, then we can't have much of evidence that we can give. It can happen, fine. It could be, but the race committee would be then equally convinced by the party during the hearing that they made an error, given the evidence, and that's all legal and fine. So significantly worse result should be, of course, OCS is significantly worse. That's why we have most of these questions, most of these requests for the OCS. Other things of the race committee could be different way, like moving marks or other procedural methods, or the sailing instructions that would say one thing and the procedure on the water that would make another provision. So all these are the legitimate reasons to ask for a redress. Technical committee equally could have been something in the measurement or a mistake that has been done there, because there could be some also let's say sign in, sign out by the race committee, that they just misinterpreted the signatures or something like that, and they just apportion the penalty. So that's also something that you can first score, inquire, and then go to the jury if that's a problem with it. Injury or physical damage. We go to B now. Injury or physical damage because of the action of the boat that was breaking rule of part 2. Or vessel not racing, that was required to keep clear. So there could be a given redress for that. If the result is significantly worse without fault of her own. All right, so all these three, every time this cloud of, this reminds me to definition room, which has all these things inside, the promptly, timely, seaman-like, in a room. Anyway, so let me finish this. I would like to finish 62.1 and then we go sleep. So injury or physical damage because of an action of a boat that was breaking rule of part 2. So it needs to be physical damage. So the question, if you are capsized because of the incident and then the other boat disappeared and you lost so many places, does not fall into this B here. Unfortunately, some classes do that, like boards. They have this provision. If there is a part 2 rule broken and they are capsized because of it, then they have rights to redress. But that's a separate rule that is dealt with in the Appendix B that prevails over these rules. Okay, it needs to be physical damage that prevented you. So if it is hole in the boat that prevented you from continuing and you sunk, or you've gone ashore, or it is a tiller extension in 49er that actually you can't steer the boat afterwards, this is significant and it's physical kind of thing. Giving help, I said before, is 1.1, that giving help always would be successful redress, because that's the basic thing, even in the manner as I mentioned. And we have this thing here, rule 2, don't mix it with part 2. Rule 2 is the rule fairness, so something to do with OCS, and we had a question that we will address tomorrow, because now the time expired, so we will address it tomorrow. So if you can get the rule 2 breach on someone is punished by rule 2, then the redress can be given, and we will discuss it tomorrow. Kostas, we run out of time, correct?
Yes, we run out of time.
Thank you very much for tonight, and we see tomorrow at same time. Please, guys, if you can look through your examination papers, put some rules around those diagrams that we can talk about it tomorrow, and we will continue with redress, and we will answer the questions. So thank you very much for tonight. It was very nice. Thank you for your questions. I'm really happy for that. Kostas, thank you for your assistance.
Thank you, Neven. Thank you, Neven. Have a good night.
Thank you, same. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, κάπου εδώ το σεμινάριο έφτασε στο τέλος του. Σας περιμένουμε αύριο 5 η ώρα και πάλι εδώ. Καλό σας βράδυ.